Hey, all right, all right. It rolled over. Good boy, stream. Good dog. All right, so we are here, continuing on our auction review. We were left with a beautiful trio of watches by FP Jean and Kari Voutilainen. Let me pull up that, post it again right as I pull this up. For now, the link, Nick, but feel free to jump on later for the panel. Feel free to upvote. It's always appreciated. You know, I appreciate that extra bit of exposure. We were talking about the particular design aesthetic of FP Jean, that, of course, combined with his horological genius, for the lack of a better word, for the lack of a more original word, really makes his pieces so unique and desirable. Again, believe in the hype or don't believe in the hype, love it or hate it, they have a very unique place in the horological world today. And that's not going to change anytime soon or so easily. So somehow, $250,000 for a piece like this doesn't sound so outrageous all of a sudden. Of course, it still is for mortal people like us. Nevertheless, these are pieces that you can appreciate, you can contemplate, and you can think about, and you can, hey, splatter your horological jizz all over. It's a wonderful machine. Resonance, basically two watches in one, basically two watch calibers that regulate each other through the concept of resonance. Of course, François Paul Jean has a lecture on this particular phenomenon and on this particular mechanism. Where else? On the Horological Society of New York. So check out their YouTube channel and watch that lecture if you're actually interested in how these pieces work. Again, that was lot number 2020. Hey, Nick.
Hey, Lord. Thanks for having me. I don't want to ruin your show, but I want to hang out for a few minutes while you're set up. Just want to say hi to the people.
No,
Baby girl, Migs, Tom.
are you pounding the cake?
Maybe a little bit. Not pounding. I'm enjoying it, but I'm kind of eating it fast. Yeah.
Good to know, man. Good to know. I can
Multitasking.
kind of. That's wonderful, man. Enjoy it. It was a real pleasure to be in your show.
I truly appreciate it for real. I hope I can
So
return
in
the
in the
favor.
background, by the way, you being here is already a treat, man. This is lot number 23. We had pulled it up momentarily. Of course, the hobnail decoration on the dial is one thing. The regulator style layout is another. I've made a video on these. You guys might know what is a regulator and why that particular layout serves as an inspiration for watchmakers today. But ultimately, the attention is placed with this on the minutes, which are here on the center of the dial. And the reason the movement is called an observatory movement is because, once again, in a way that was similar to the later Zenit, Voutilainen, and Philips collaboration, this watch involves a movement, uh, this time by Longines, that Kari Voutilainen assembled and encased for the first time to operate in a wristwatch. So you can say that this was the inspiration, actually, also for that collaboration in an implicit way. Beautiful thing. Longines apparently used to send these 360s, these rectangular movements, for those competitions to the Neuchâtel Observatory, and Kari had to at some point assemble them and put them together and put them in one of his watches, and there you go. That's where this one came about. That's how this one came about. And I like it. I like a rectangular watch. I like Art Deco design.
I love Art Deco. I'm a big fan
The
of the
blue,
Art Deco
yeah,
myself. I
the
am a big fan of regulators. There's that Paddock regulator. I don't know the reference, but there's this really pretty Paddock regulator that I really like. I mean, it's hard not to like this. It's very pretty, very well done. It's gorgeous.
mm, you mean
The one with the
the annual
calendar with like
calendar?
the
I think
silver
it's
and the blue.
5235.
That sounds right.
Yeah, I think it's
That sounds right.
5235G. I think the one in white gold is 5235G.
With like the little
Oh,
blue
thank you.
yeah,
Thank you,
totally.
baby girl.
Thank you, OG baby girl. Thank you. Yeah,
Thank you so
totally.
much.
I'm a big fan of that regulator too.
Yeah, and somehow in the rectangular case, it kind of accentuates that quasi vintage vibe of it. It's as if it's like a grandfather clock on the wrist or something, or maybe a real
Yeah,
regulator clock. It's a strange aesthetic, but somehow so balanced.
yeah. It
And
works. I think the grandfather clock aesthetic really nails it because it totally is like it's that Art Deco. It's totally old school because that rectangular. That's gonna wear large, but this is pure class. This is a really nice piece. This is gorgeous, and the history on it's pretty interesting too because that's all news to me.
yeah, amazing thing. Look, I mean, that's why that Urban Jorgensen project is fascinating to me because on the one hand, Kari Voutilainen seems to be kind of a gentleman watchmaker of sorts, almost devoid of any financial considerations or troubles. On the other hand, of course, resurrecting, one of the storied names in the history of horology. On top of that, of course, that's sort of where he came of age. As a watchmaker himself, he played part in the modern revitalization of the brand at a certain point in time to begin with. That will be interesting to see and observe. And I'm glad he has been basically making inroads to doing different things with these collaborations through Schwarz Etienne, so on and so forth. So I'm really excited to see what's gonna come out of that. But yeah, number 23. Hey, it's the goat number. It's the Michael Jordan of this auction. It's a nice watch. Number 27 has a very interesting story. If I'm not mistaken, is the George Daniels watch that actually was George Daniels's personal watch for some years. Um, I think he had like kind of a stalker of some sort, someone who was not even a watch enthusiast, but the gentleman who saw a BBC documentary about him, about George Daniels, and started harassing him on the Isle of Man, and begged him to sell him a watch, and he didn't. Asked again and again. He didn't, but after some years, he said finally, here, take it. And by take it, he really meant, of course, I will sell this to you. um, But anyway, so this is something that George Daniels wore himself for about a dozen years, apparently. So, in addition to the fact that it is one of those few dozens of watches that George Daniels actually made by his own hand, um, so it has that uh, inner
Museum worthy
appeal
piece.
to begin with. It's and it went for more than 4 million uh, Swiss francs, or $4 million. So it's not very surprising, because again, this is George Daniels. This is a tourbillon made by his own hand. Um, it's a two-faced watch that has this kind of novelty mechanism that springs it out of the frame of the case, um, and has kind of this anthropomorphic quality on the tourbillon side of things. Like, it looks like a,
Smiling face, kind of. Yeah.
yeah, or kind of like the painting Scream.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Now that you say it, I see it.
But in either case, it looks fascinating. Yeah, I mean, a George Daniels watch already is a rarity, even if you count the pieces that he collaborated, uh, that that's that he made with his apprentice. You know, Roger Smith, of course. We are not just talking about any apprentice. You are talking about a very limited number of watches, but this is actually something made by Daniels, worn by Daniels. It is a tourbillon. It is something very special. And number 27 went for a little more than $4 million, fully handmade. Um, yeah, it's hard to say anything about it. And George Daniels, as you know, is someone who put his name on the dial before everyone else, right? I guess, kind of, maybe you can speak of Daniel Roth as well, but I think George Daniels was even before him. At that point in time, everyone was working for one of the giants. Um, this is a guy who started putting his own name on the watches in the 70s, if I'm not mistaken, already. So it's, if we are talking about independence today, if people are specializing on them, putting together, curating auctions exclusively from contemporary independents, making possibly millions of dollars just selling, like, independent high horological watches, you have George Daniels to thank for. So it's not really so surprising that in an extravagant auction like this, for a rare piece like this, you see this sort of price.
It's always fun to see these auctions, because I feel like every time I see, I'm always exposed to pieces I never would have been exposed to, and also just at price points I never would have been exposed to, and it's always just fun to see what these go for. Like there's this oddity element to it with me, where it's just kind of fun to see like how the other half lives, I suppose, with $4 million pocket watches and whatnot. It's definitely it's fun to follow these.
Absolutely. Again, we are looking at it as an oddity, as a novelty, but still, it's nice to observe these things. It's like a trip to the museum.
Yes, definitely. Like going to the Met. Yeah, there's beauty in that
Yeah, I
for sure.
guess,
It's a beautiful
because you
piece.
don't you don't you don't dream of lifting one of the paintings, from the wall, or going home with one of the sculptures or whatnot. So, the Met is a great example of that. This is how we look at these auctions. Looking at that Schwarz Etienne piece, by the way, this is number 29. This
Ooh,
is
okay,
Caribou
interesting.
Terrain.
Looked like we had a Daniel Roth next to it also. Nice. I like this. I like this. I can't tell what it sold for, but it's pretty. Okay. Oh my gosh. Wow. Kind of high.
Yeah, yeah. It
Gorgeous.
is. It is a
Absolutely
sexy
gorgeous.
watch.
Yeah, that
Very
dial.
lovely
I mean, talk about a
decoration.
blue, right? That guilloche and everything going on. That's perfect. That's amazing.
And pink golds against that blue basket weave in the middle, this sort of vortex kind of decoration that we see uh, at the center dial of the mariner for the
Mariner.
second sub dial here. So it's just to see that variety, on the hour ring you have yet another type of guilloche decoration, which is the hobnail. So just those textures. um, it's really lovely to see how people, um, on the one hand, took that kind of dial decoration techniques, which of course Breguet had not invented himself. He simply decided to apply those decoration techniques to dials of the watches rather than cases, rather than somewhere else. But it's really fascinating to me that sort of aesthetics became part of a piece of expressing a high horological um, watch. So
Yeah.
I like seeing that kind of continuing tradition.
There's definitely, I agree with, I think that's a great point because like I see a lot of you obviously know the history way more than I do, but like I see a lot of Breguet in this, like not only the hands but then that dial, right, or the center part. You see a lot of history in this. It's a great looking watch, but you see other stuff and well, like as well going on here that just makes it fun, different, impressive. It's definitely a really fun piece. Like, I mean, I haven't seen these in my hand. I would have to hold this or something, but I find these really, really impressive just from the pictures, at least.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, just the depth, that kind of variety of decorative textures add to a dial. Go to for anyone. Breguet still does these pretty well. Um, go and examine one of those moon phase classique watches. They would have usually one, two, or three different patterns of guilloche on the dial. Uh, Ask for a loop. Uh, Live a little. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. And
It's all about the loop. It's crazy because, once you look at some of these things under a loop, it really blows your mind how much detail that they can like these handmade watches they can blow in there, like it's pretty impressive to me. But I guess maybe I'm just easily impressed. I don't know, but at the same time, like you take a loop at some of these like the Gronfeld or the FP Journes and you just get lost, and I'm sure it would be the same with the Voodoo Leyland.
yeah, I think it goes both ways for me because there's something about handwork, and in this case it's hand guided, machine decoration, but it's still something that has a lot of work, a lot of toil, a lot of care in it. It's one kind of experience to look at it with naked eye because there's a certain, I don't want to say imperfection because it's still kind of perfect, but uh, there's a human touch element. There's a human factor going on that it's quite an experience to see it with the naked eye. But when you start zooming in with the loop and see how every surface has been perfectly proportioned, basically, and that's something, I don't know what, watch a video or two, guys, with engine turning work. It doesn't have to be on the watch dial or anything, but you will see quickly that it's very attentive work. You always have to apply the same pressure, otherwise you will trash the entire thing. So to go through a piece like that, especially in that minute scale, it's a lot of intricate work, and it's something that really shines through, whether you are looking at a watch dial like this or a hand finished watch movement. It's quite an experience. There we go. Let's step out a little, Dinan.
I see a Roth case shape. I have such bad eyes. I can just kind of see a Roth case shape on the far left.
No, that's it. Number 28. Yes.
Are you a fan of Roth? I like these cases. I really do. I don't know why. I guess I don't know. I'm easily impressed, but obviously, like all the fancy stuff, like this is way out of my price range, right? But one, like I've seen some of these, on the lower end that are actually, fun. They're fun watches and they have some fun stuff, and I like the case shape a lot for what it's worth. I don't know.
I love I think he used to call them ellipsocurvex or something, the double ellipse. I love that case shape, and like you said, early Roth that has these sorts of complications and some of the more niche watch calibers inside it. They can be expensive, but uh, Daniel Roth, before he sold off the company to Hourglass and especially to Bulgari in 2000, was still quite involved in the designs and with his brand. So there are a lot of other designs that are much more accessible, from high 4 digits to 10, $15,000. You can get a lot of interesting stuff like GMT,
Yeah,
like time
totally.
time only,
Yeah.
like automatic chronographs with the Zenith caliber 400 base. There's a lot of value to be had in Daniel Roth, but I do love these tourbillons too. Of course, it has this tripartite or three indicator kind of different way of showing the seconds that I always adored. Of course, the tourbillon is very nicely executed, and once again, and this shouldn't surprise anyone, because at the end of the day, Daniel Roth and Michel Parmigiani were the two kind of young watchmakers that were leading the charge in reviving Breguet for the modern time, implementing the Breguet aesthetic to wristwatches when the Chomet brothers owned the rights to the brand. Roth split in 1988 to establish his own brand, which was later sold to the Hourglass, the watch dealer, based out of East Asia, etc., who then later sold it to Bulgari. But anyway, I love the case shape. I love it kind of established that design language for a lot of horological independents today, that, making a classy high horological wristwatch today means that you are interpreting Breguet in some way. Um, I love that
Definitely
Daniel.
Breguet vibes on this.
Yeah,
Definitely big Breguet vibes.
yeah, I love how Daniel Roth established that. Of course, it's not the only way for independent watchmaking. Don't take me wrong, but there are a lot of independent watchmakers who have borrowed heavily from that aesthetic, and Daniel Roth was at the vanguard of this. Michel Parmigiani shows signs of that. Kari Voutilainen shows signs of that. George Daniels obviously he wrote the fucking book on Breguet, after all, the art of Breguet. So these guys really left an important mark translating that legacy of immense legacy of high horology and Breguet into the 20th century and beyond. So we have a lot to thank for in Daniel Roth. in F. Bergeron, in George Daniels, in Michel Parmigiani, and in many others. And this is lot number 28, reference C187, pink gold, double-sided tourbillon with the date and reserve indication.
Yeah, well said. I mean, I think that always, the most impressive modern advancements, they always come on the backs of prior greats, so to speak. And so it's great to see that from this brand with Roth, um, off of Breguet and everything. So that's awesome to see the history.
Mm. So yeah, I quickly grabbed some water.
You know what? I ate an entire cake, so what can I say? I can't. I have nothing to say, right? Or not a cake, but a piece of cake. So
Good
thank God
for
for mics, right? Or mute. And nobody knew either. That's the thing.
us.
Nobody knew. Like with the mute, like y'all had no idea. I ate an entire piece of cake, and it's like nothing happened. So perfect. Sorry, I'll go back to mute.
It was like a piece of cake. I heard. I heard.
Right?
I I
Yeah. Right.
I
Yeah.
basically told on you. I snitched on you.
It happens. It happens.
There's another George Daniels at number 30, the anniversary model was subject of a lot of criticism in his new release, Gap One, um, for copying the layout of this watch, which is very iconic. The dial with the running seconds at 5 o'clock, 4.5, 5. I don't know what you call it at that point, and the pointer date indication again right across, very balanced. Power reserve, of course, right there at 12 o'clock, as laid out by up and down.
I
Once
love the
again,
hands. The hands on this are gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. Like absolutely just mesmerizingly beautiful. Sorry to cut you off, but
no, it's l- like it's so simple, so
yeah,
balanced, and so beautiful at the same time.
it really is. It's just absolutely like it's so simple, but then you see I like each hand it's a little different. Just that's those small little differences. Um I like these spheres, the proportions, however you say it, the way
Hmm.
they're setting it up. I like that odd I don't know, you said 435, whatever you want to call that. I'll just call it, 5 and 7, whatever, that odd setup. I mean, it just works, it's like the top down 18 or up down, 1815. It's a little odd, but it works. It looks great. I like it. It's the off center thing just works a lot in this, and I love the hands. The hands just really, really stand out to me.
Yeah, it's again, there's on the one hand, it seems very simple, very balanced, but when it comes down to it, there's so much going on that dial in terms of the variety of patterns when it comes to the guillochage, the decorative work, in terms of, like you said, the of course the running seconds at 5 o'clock, at 4 o'clock, I don't know, has a nice little counterweight. The pointer date and the power reserve indicator kind of resemble each other. So does the minute hand, but not really. You have this kind of crescent shape down
Yeah.
below, that introduces some sense of balance into a dial which seems otherwise slightly off center. Just wonderful piece of design.
Yeah, it's odd because it's weird because you know it's like it is off center and everything, but there's perfect symmetry at the same time. You know, it's odd. It's just definitely works, and you know the power reserve, that half crescent or you know whatever you want to call it, just absolutely gorgeous. You know, and I think the scaling, like the size of the main, you know, the hour and the minute, the main track, it looks that's just well done. You know, and then the changing textures, I really like that. That's something that I've always really liked on a lot of these Breguet classiques, you know, the changing textures, but this is
Hmm.
just like next level, like perfection in terms of how they did it, you know?
Of course, and there's a charm to the fact that that there's something about that proper name, right? That to know that this is a watch that's designed and handcrafted by one man, and in a certain case, maybe by two, right, between George Daniels and Roger Smith. It's not a it's real manufacture, right? Because when you break that down, break down that word, that's what it means, handmade, right? So we talk about these watch manufacturers that are actually droid factories, where machines make machines. As much as like Rolex, that's the procedure these days, right? And you have George Daniels, where you have just a few dozens of examples of watches that are actually crafted by the person whose name is on the dial or by his immediate apprentice, and there's something incredibly powerful about that.
Well said. Well said. Lord, I'm sorry that I kind of have to pop out, but I wanted to thank you for real for having me, and I
No
hope
worries.
to come
No
over
worries.
again soon. And thank you, and
I hope
have a
so.
good night. For real. Thank you so much.
Take care, man. You're always welcome, of course. You don't have to announce it ahead of time either. Just drop by, but we'll arrange something for sure. All right. It was great to have Watch Nicholas, and it was a pleasure also to be on his live stream earlier, talking watches, talking about auctions. And we were talking about what it means to have a proper name on the dial, especially in the case of George Daniels, where you uh, have literally that person working on the watch, hand making watches. I'll go back to one of the earlier listings on this auction to pull out yet another example. Of course, George Daniels was the inventor of the coaxial escapement, which he used in his anniversary watches as well. And speaking of handwork, look at that engraving, right? That's so perfect, but so handmade at the same time. Coaxial escapement, and you can literally tell, even with this digital image and digital zoom, that that is a hand inscribed piece of writing. And that was lot number 30, sold for uh, round about 700,000, and it's from 2010. That was in celebration of the 35th anniversary of the groundbreaking invention of the coaxial escapement. And I think this is one of the watches that Daniels collaborated with, uh, on which Daniels collaborated with Roger W. Smith. Only made 35 anniversary pieces in yellow gold, and this particular piece was, as you had seen in that close up, number 24. Of handmade watches, you had at number 25 Christian Christian Kling from Dresden, of Germany. I hope my German friends are not getting angry at me. I'm just using it as a geographic designation. My intention is not to, introduce any divisions where they shouldn't exist. But Klings, of course, felt strongly enough about being from Dresden that he put that on his watch dial. Here's another modern watchmaker who took pride in his own creations and who made sure to make everything by hand. This is a pocket watch made by him, listed at number 25. I think Klings just retired. He continued making these kinds of pocket watches and wristwatches until relatively recently. Um, and if I'm not mistaken, he he was still operating out of Dresden before he retired. But this is a piece from 2016, nicely sized pocket watch at 46.5 millimeter in diameter. Again, very classical piece, um, just very balanced, pure Breguet hands, all the blue accents, and a very plentiful expression of the moon phase there at around 6 o'clock. I think it's a very aesthetically pleasing watch. I was expecting it to sell for much more than than the higher ceiling of the estimate. It still went above that. It was estimated to sell about 60 to 120,000 Swiss francs. Finally, lot number 25 sold for 163,800 watches. Again, Christian Klings actually refused to use, CAD, computer aided drawing and design in his manufacture. He drew everything by hand. He designed everything by hand. He made everything by hand. Of course, there are parts of watch movements and parts of aspects of decorative art that are applied by machinery. But as far as I know, Klings also tried in many cases to manufacture those machines himself, or use authentic pieces slash mechanisms that he inherited from an earlier time. So it's a very nice piece. It's a tourbillon, it's a moon phase, power reserve indicator here, running seconds right there at 3 o'clock. A very nice piece. Number two of his pocket watch tourbillons, and that sold for $163,800. Omega, yes. As JB says, Omega ended up with coaxial escapement. The story goes that George Daniels and Roger Smith tried to convince Patek to buy the patent from them, but for one reason or another, Patek didn't want to um, take and implement coaxial escapement. Don't ask me. I don't know why they wouldn't take it, why they wouldn't jump on it. Omega did, and more power to them. Number 31 is Grand Seiko that's labeled the first. And this is apparently the first Grand Seiko, which sounds outrageous to me because it didn't actually sell for an exorbitant amount or anything. It sold finally for 20,000 Swiss francs. Very handsome watch. I know it's a gold plated piece, but its historical importance and its provenance should have, um, I think, should have kind of pushed it over a certain threshold. But I guess it is what it is. This is the first Grand Seiko J14070GS, an early, fine, and collectible gold plated wristwatch with centrally deployed seconds, the original presentation box, the first GS watch to be ever released. It's a very handsome piece, a nice dress watch, in classical proportions, 35 millimeter. It sold for about $20 before the premium. Another lovely stone dial Daytona. This is the 5-digit reference. So you have caliber 4030, the movement that was based on Zenit El Primero beating inside it in white gold with the sodalite dial in that deep textured blue and set with diamonds for the indices, Arabic numbers at quarters. I think it's a very nice aesthetic. Um, Stone dial Daytonas, no matter what, seem to sell for a certain premium. So this went for almost $48,000 before the premium, number 33. Rolex 16519, Zenith movement, Daytona Cosmograph with a sodalite dial, diamond sets in the Rolex manufacturer, in the Rolex factory, in white gold, sold for a little less than $50,000 before the bottom. You have a World Time pocket watch that sold for 56,700 US dollars. 65 is a really lovely Audemars Piguet Grande Complication, which is basically the everything but the kitchen sink of watches. As you can see, it is a perpetual calendar. It is a split second chronograph. Of course, it has a moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock, but it doesn't end there. It also is a chiming watch, as you can see by the slider on the left flank of the case. Has this very quaint and warm little box for safekeeping as well. It looks really beautiful. 48.5 millimeters in diameter. Complicated pocket watches are really romantic, really gorgeous. Again, as pieces to play around when you have the chance to examine, to test out their complications. It's really a joy. To me, of course, again, it's like a day in the museum. I never imagined that I would own something like this. It's not really in my wheelhouse. It's not even really in my interests. But this is a showcase, really. Audemars Piguet makes great complicated watches, and you have a little bit more room to play with when you are doing it in a pocket watch, right? You don't have to squeeze everything into a 40 millimeter or 37 millimeter case, or maybe even something smaller, right? You have almost 50 millimeters of diameter, so it's slightly easier, and it's a slightly less intricate work in implementation when you are speaking of of a complicated pocket watch vis-a-vis a complicated wristwatch that's 40 millimeters and less, that is of a smaller size. And again, the movements, both in terms of its architecture, its layout, its complications, it's still nothing to sneeze at, don't take me wrong. But as we were talking about F. Bejon's feat in uh, deploying the resonance complication or resonance phenomenon, resonance regulation in a wristwatch rather than a pocket watch, you have a little bit more room to play with when you execute a grand complication in a case that's almost 50 millimeters in diameter rather than 40 millimeters or less. But still, this is a gorgeous, gorgeous piece. And the price reflects that. This was number 65, Audemars Piguet reference 5525 in yellow gold, rare, attractive yellow gold, open face, minute repeating perpetual calendar with split second chronograph and moon phase from 1955. Swiss francs, more than 200,000 Swiss francs. That was the Audemars Piguet. You have another example of Vacheron Constantin's artful aesthetic in lot number 66. This is reference 43050/1, Mercator, so to speak, retrograde hours and minutes, a very interesting display of time in this kind of hour and minute hand that splay out and snap back in when it comes to zero. So to explain, any retrograde indicator basically snaps back to zero when it completes its cycle. So at the top of the hour, the minute hand would travel back fast from 60 to zero as it would at midnight or at noon for the hour hand. And of course, the Germanophiles among us would require, would identify almost immediately the traces of that face, of that map in the background. This Mercator actually depicts a map of Germany in cloisonné enamel. It's one of 20 pieces and launched in 1994 on the occasion of the 400th anniversary of the celebrated Flemish German cartographer's passing. And of course, they're talking about Gerardus Mercator, who was precisely that cartographer. Really beautiful piece. And once again shows you how much art that Vacheron Constantin pieces have on their cases, on their dials, in their complications as well. Retrograde is always a very aesthetically pleasing thing. And again, on the back, it's nothing to sneeze at either. A nice exhibition case back. You know, I've seen better, but this is nothing to sneeze at. Again, you don't. This is a watch that has a certain minimalist aesthetic. the complication actually allows the artwork, the métier d'art, to shine through the dial, those golden threads that frame the Mercator map of Germany and the lowlands, so to speak. It's a great piece, just very artful, very decorative, and quite stunning. This is number 66 that sold for 50,400 Swiss francs slash big girl. Thank you so much. How do we tell the time again? All right, let's go back to Mercator. It is a watch, and it's a watch only. Unfortunately, it doesn't have any other complication. With all due respect to Vacheron Constantin, the complication is basically really carefully chosen to give the precedence to that map, to that drawing, which should be the main attention of that piece. So when you look at it on our um, left is the hour hand, which shows from 1 to 12, right? And you have the minute hand, which shows from 0 to 60, which is not incredibly precise, of course, but you have to basically make out 0 to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, so on and so forth. So at the time of this photograph, for example, the time is 10:15, right? There's no AM, PM, or day night indicator, nothing much more complex than that. And at noon, right, it will be 12. The hour hand will be here. This will be at 0, right? And then this will start proceeding. The hand will stay there until it hits 60, in which case they will both snap back right at the turn of 12:59 to 1:00. The hour hand will snap back to 1. The minute hand will snap back from 60 to 0. And then the minute hand will splay open again. At 60, it will return to 0. The hour hand will jump to 2. Like that, basically. It's like, in a way, it will show time like a pendulum, as it were, that is in some sort of slow motion. So it's really the time telling is a little cursory to this watch. It really tries to show off that cloisonné enamel painting of Germany, of Central Europe, but really of Germany and the lowlands more than anything. And the watch is called Mercator after the Flemish German cartographer from the 16th century, I think from the 16th century. Yeah. Yes. So in that picture, it was 12:15. Sorry, 10:15. Exactly. Mm. This was very interesting for me. Number 48. I will come back to some other piece, but this is Josh Shapiro, basically a watchmaker out of Southern California who specializes, as we talked about earlier, in the case of Kari Voutilainen, in the case of many, many successors of Breguet, J.N. Shapiro, Josh Shapiro also specializes in guillochage, in decorating dials. And as you see, you have again, this dimensional approach of that decoration where you have at least three different patterns, and this rather more intricate basket weave that he uses for his running seconds at 6 o'clock is actually something unique to him. It's not it's not an earth shattering design, but since it takes things one size smaller at the sub dial, and adds another layer of basket weave there in every alternating square, makes it even more impressive. These watches, I don't think these watches ever went on an auction before. I think this was a first. This was a historic moment for him. Lot 48 to be featured in a Phillips auction. This is J.N. Shapiro Infinity in pink golds, hand decorated guilloche dial, comes with its full set. The movement itself is not extremely special, but nothing to sneeze at either. I think it's the UWD, so Uhrwerke Dresden. It's again, I think it's wait, which brand owns this now? I think it's the Heine owns Uhrenwerke Dresden, right? I don't know. But it's one of the German independents, I think, that's still owned that. I want to say Lang und Heine, but I know that they're based in the eastern part of Germany, and they make calibers not only for Lang und Heine, but also for some independent watchmakers, and I think they do commission for others as well. In either case, it's very rare handmade J.N. Shapiro watch at lot number 48 sold for $35,280. Pristine of new to the market period. So great moment for Josh Shapiro and his handwork and his young brand. Great future ahead of him, and it's nice to be. It must have been very nice to be featured among all these great watches and lovely independent watchmakers. He's making quite a name for himself. Here you have the unique reference of the four-digit Submariner that was made for the commercial diving company Comex. Has, of course, Comex on the dial in writing. Has, of course, Comex on the case back. This is lot number 36. And of course, it has the helium escape valve, as well as you can see. Oops. It has the helium escape valve for auction, especially if their provenance is certified. They do command some great value. The estimate was $60,000 to $120,000 for this 5514 from 1974. Finally, it sold for $163,800. That was lot number 36. Guys, it's almost 9 o'clock. I will keep going. I hope to go until midnight, but I do need a quick drink of water. So I will come back right away. In the meantime, please hit the like button. It really does matter. Other than that, subscribe if you haven't. That always helps. And if you want to help the channel, feel free to send your questions in via super chats, or feel free to send in your contributions with one of the three options, PayPal, Cash App, or Patreon. And if you sign up on Patreon at that $10 per month initiate level on a daily basis, you'll get at least 3 links to deals in watches on the secondary market. Um, and you can be in more immediate and intimate contact with me, and I'll be happy to advise you on your purchases, direct you to more or different examples of the watches I present there, um, or even tailor that daily digest toward your tastes a little more. All of that would be possible with Patreon. Of course, you would also join that select group of people who literally put uh, their support behind increasing the quality and quantity of content on this channel. It matters a great deal. So as I go grab the water, yes, the snapback part, baby girl, that's what we use it for dates. So at 30 or 31, whatever is the end of the month, the that hand indicator for the date snaps back to number one. Breguet Tradition has a version, that steampunk Breguet watch with the off-center dial that is open worked. One of the models, I think it should be 797, um, has a retrograde seconds. Is it 797? Yeah, 797 has retrograde seconds, which means that it basically counts up to 60, and at the top of every minute, it snaps back to 0. Um, yeah, retrograde complications are great fun. Really nice to look at, and it's very exciting for if you are a real geek. Hey, people like me get excited looking at even NASCAR or at trains. So why not? I'll be right back. I think Shapiro watches are probably, hmm, I don't know how to rate them, right? Because there's so much going on in the independent market that I've seen some people underrate J.N. Shapiro because he doesn't make his movements. On the other hand, he makes his own dials in a way that many of the people who put their own name on the dial don't themselves make and decorate those dials. So some people will say it's overpriced because it has just an UWD movement in it, which you can order in bulk from Dresden. So it's still a very high grade, um, respectable movement. Um, yeah, others will say it's priced uh, right, because at the end of the day, it is something built in the U.S., and manual labor in the US is just simply just more expensive, not necessarily more worthy than anywhere else in the world, but it is our time is more expensive here, not necessarily more valuable. Again, no value judgment on my part, but American made things just simply cost more. So if you want to actually put your money where your mouth is, a lot of these people who um, go gung ho about American made everything. Why not American made watches as well? If you support that project, who knows? Maybe his next step is actually to come up with an in house caliber, or at least establish a kind of manufacturer in the US, possibly in Southern California, where they make their own movements. Why not? Artur Akhmaev is here in Southern California as well, another great independent watchmaker. Um, so the ecosystem can be easily built in Southern California, but they have to be supported, right? This is number 38, a very lovely two-tone Rolex chronograph. 3525 is the reference number. World War II era, with a pink dial, pink bezel, pink crown. So nice accent and pop right there in the middle of the watch. Otherwise, of course, you have a very nice and well preserved steel case that has largely its contours left intact, and you have a multi-scale dial, as you can see, with the tachymeter on the chapter ring, the telemeter in a concentric circle, and finally, also you have the minute track inside, Arabics at 12 and 6, running seconds at 9 o'clock, and a 30-minute counter at 3 o'clock. Very traditional, very conservative piece of design, part and parcel of 1940, respectable size at 36 millimeter, and that one sold for 63,000 Swiss francs. Yeah, I'm not a peeps. I'm not a huge fan of the Comex Submariners or Sea Dwellers either. I would rather take a humble, much less rare 1665 double red Sea Dweller over any Comex. But people who collect dive watches with provenance, like military issued, mil spec, Comex, with the Omani Khanjar, they would go for these kinds of pieces because they have to have a 5514 in their collection, right? Otherwise, they feel like something would be missing. So it is what it is. Number 39 is a Rolex Chronograph Daytona, reference 60 to 65, with the reverse panda dial configuration, right? That's gorgeous, oversized red writing of the Daytona, matching stainless steel bezel, relatively well preserved case, but certainly very well preserved dial and tachometer. It's a nice example, lovely patina, damn near as a full set. That sold for more than 100,000 Swiss francs. That was a reference 6265 at lot number 39. And folks, I will send the link in the chat right here, and feel free to send me any of your requests for lots that you want me to check out. Chuck P is saying something interesting there. My girlfriend now wants the Italian police diver sea dweller. I've created a monster. Yeah, that's man. I have been looking for uh, a girlfriend, a counterpart, a partner who is interested in watches. Must be a watch girl, as it was said. Um, hard. It's hard. It's hard. I wasn't successful. So if that's the kind of, if that's your woman, keep her. That sounds like a keeper to me. It's I would love to have a partner like that. Yeah, well, you know, yeah, I go with what baby girl is saying. Spoil her. It's almost Christmas. I'm not sure if you have that budget. I don't want to assume for better or worse, but yeah, it's spoil her in some way, appease her in some way. If it's not the sea dweller, find something that will hold her over for the time being. On the subject of beautiful Rolex chronographs, this is something I previewed. This is something that I highlighted on this auction. This is something that was really special. Um, these sorts of multimeter Rolex chronographs from that age, 6034s, with the black dial are already quite rare. Between the Rolex 6034 and similar, the silver dials are a little more, um, a little less limited in number. Let's put it like that. A little easier to find. So black dial is already kind of desirable. Um, I know I have said many negative things about tropical dials before on this channel. Uh, I make exceptions to it. In this case, the patina seems very unique and relatively, um, how shall I say, coherent in terms of the aesthetic that it's exudes, in terms of the vintage vibe that it inspires. And Phillips did an excellent job here in combining it with a tobacco brown uh, vintage styled leather strap. It really makes it makes it look like $1,000,000, as if it were designed by nature to be this way. The alpha hands are wonderful. It's just a very handsome piece. And to add to the mystique, to add to the charm of the watch, this was actually a piece that was formerly owned by perhaps the most famous and certainly one of the most significant watch collectors in recent time, Eric Clapton, Mr. Slowhand himself, number 40, Rolex reference 6035. This is hand wound Rolex chronograph from 1953. And hey, mid-century piece, something that belonged to one of the famous watch collectors in the world, a pre-Daytona chronograph with a lot of vintage appeal and with the right amount of celebrity stardust. and it did not disappoint for Philips because it sold for 189,000 Swiss francs, 1953, a reference 6034 at lot number 40. Number 42 is, of course, stainless steel Paul Newman Daytona, which is just a combination of uh, red, white, and black. In this case, it's also double signed by Tiffany. Of course, the Art Deco numerals in the chronograph registers are one of the highlights of the piece. So is that oversized applied crown at 12 o'clock, Daytona writing in red, just about anything and everything you can ask from vintage Rolex. Of course, as it is usually, as is the irony in watch collecting, this is one of those watches that had very low appeal, very much a watch that didn't sell well when it was first released, but years later, in its association with that iconographic image of Paul Newman, and with Paul Newman, the man himself as well. This is, of course, a very desirable piece. Lot number 42 sold for $535,500. Paul Newman dial, Rolex reference 6239, retailed and signed on the dial by Tiffany and Co. as well. Sold for more than 500,000 Swiss francs. Lot number 42. At lot number 43, we have a 5131/1P. This is the platinum Patek Philippe World Time on a full platinum rice grain bracelet. An absolute statement of a watch with the cloud enamel dial at the center, which depicts the North Pole, kind of a coherent aesthetic in the watch, because platinum, as you might know, is the white metal with kind of a cold appearance. So it seems kind of appropriate that of all the parts it could depict in the world, the centerpiece of this world time is the North Pole. These are in and of themselves, a Patek Philippe World Time with this kind of Clausenet enamel dial is already quite desirable. In platinum, on platinum, in a way, it's top of the line. It's really an amazing piece. Not much more than I can add. Lot number 43 sold for $151,200. And I think 5131 is kind of the perfection in that series, because it's right under 40 millimeters, very wearable. Of course, it's really like an ankle weight, ankle bracelet kind of situation. It's platinum on platinum bracelet, especially as a modern watch. That's a very heavy watch. I don't know if you would like to wear it on a daily basis and as a daily driver. But hey, if you want to have a one watch, that could be a great watch to have as your one and only. Just to again see how much the independents have gained, at number 46 you have Vianney Alter. It's a stainless steel piece, kind of has the aesthetic of this pocket watch conversion. number 12 out of 20. Very quirky piece of design, very expressive in terms of the decoration of the movement. Again, something that's at once very futuristic, playful, but also classically pleasing. And the Vianney Alter at number 46 with this sector dial and Arabic numbers, which I think are, I want to say they're cutout numbers with perhaps enamel filled in inside them. Let me look at the description. Mm. I don't think there's a specific information when it comes to the numbers on the dial. Mm. But yes, the anniversary watch by Vianney Alter at 46 sold for almost 70,000 Swiss francs itself. We have Grönefeld Remontoir 1941 prototype at number 51, 0 of 188 series in pink gold with this silver dial. It's an 8-second remontoir, running seconds at 6 o'clock there. Very nice piece. Pardon me, looks like a very wearable piece. I haven't seen any of these remontoirs in person, so I can't really say for sure. But hey, they are one of the recognizable and one of the resurgent independent watchmaking brands, and the Dutch brothers, who are graduates of that famous complications workshop, Renaud et Papy, who goes by APRP these days, because they are now part of Audemars Piguet. Grönefeld brothers both worked there, and quickly went on to establish their own brands in their native country in the Netherlands, by their own name. And nowadays, again, they're one of the most recognizable and well respected independents. And there you go, another Philips really success story. 35,000 to 70,000 estimated value, sold for more than $150,000. Lot number 51, Grönefeld 1941 in pink gold, the prototype of their 8-second remontoir. Oof. The Polipetto Sea Dweller, yeah, Polipetto, the octopus on the dial, right? They do have a dial. They do have a special dial for themselves. Let me see if I can pull up a picture of the Polipetto Sea Dweller. Yeah, those are the Sea Dweller 4000s. I don't know if you like the octopus. I guess that can be a very interesting piece. Wow. remember we discussed one of these examples some months back. But yeah, you about certainly a six-figure watch there. It's not. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard. But then again, you have someone who shares your hobby and your enthusiasm. Why not? You have back to back next to each other two beautiful Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronographs. I really do love the 3900 series. The fact that they are at that perfect 36 millimeter size. To me, it's always much more impressive that you have a perpetual calendar chronograph in a smaller case, whether that's 35 millimeter or 36. That's more impressive to me than something larger. But I know tastes vary and they have changed. They have tended to grow in size over the decades, but 3970 in many ways is perfection. This is an example in platinum with the black dial, which I think is again a gorgeous aesthetic in a way, perhaps the most dynamic expression of this classic styling of this prestige complication from year 2002. That beautiful Lemania base, you can see already that Ypsilon chronograph bridge, very characteristic of the Patek iterations of Lemania 2310 or CH27. The column wheel is hiding under the screw right here. It's really a lovely piece with all the hallmarks very much intact and very crisp. Looks just great. The watch is about 20 years old, but you wouldn't even know that by looking at its face. Really beautiful in platinum with that striking black dial. Baton indexes, very sharp, very pleasing piece. Sold for $163,800. Lot number 54. From around hmm. Sorry, I seem to be experiencing a little bit of a problem with my connection today. It's a little slow. Um, from a little bit of an earlier period, you have from 1990 another platinum piece, this time with the silver dial, again 3970 perpetual calendar chronograph. And you see this one does not actually have an exhibition case back. The other one had the exhibition case back. This has the full platinum case back, but they were nice enough to take this snap of the wonderful caliber beating inside it. Another platinum, this the silver dial from an earlier period of time, sold for $214,200. And as you see, the later example, the one from 2002, comes from a time where Patek, lest they be mistaken for cheating their customer out of that precious material, actually supplied their exhibition case back watches with an extra case back in that material as well. So in this lot number 54, the lucky new owner actually got the extra platinum case back as well. Bye, OG baby girl. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Thank you for all your contributions. It's really well appreciated. Thank you so much. We have a steel version linked reference 5711, retailed by Tiffany and Company, signed by them at 6 o'clock as well. Sold for a little more than $200,000. Went above the relatively conservative estimate, conservative for this particular point in time. Another double signed, this time 5712, the reference, the moon phase reference, the micro rotor reference, the asymmetric dial reference of that particular generation of Nautiluses in stainless steel. That sold for almost 250,000, and annual calendar 5726/1A in full stainless steel sold also for 258,300 as well. That was once again one that was retailed by Tiffany with the white dial, double signed by them right within that moon phase indicator. Another strong performer in the auction circuit recently, Cartier at lot number 59. This beautiful, perfectly round, very expressive case with oversized Roman numerals at include leaf hands, or rather, are they black? I think they're actually painted black in this case, with a rosette decorated dial. Very beautiful piece, as it befits a Cartier wristwatch. I'm getting stuck in these images sometimes, but this is lot number 59, a very well preserved case, as you can see from the hallmarks. That is a Cartier yellow gold wristwatch that was estimated to sell for around 16,000 Swiss francs. It actually sold for 21,420. We have very nice examples of two 5-digit Daytonas, again from that generation, where they were using caliber 4030, which was based on that first honorable Zenit El Primero integrated self-winding chronograph caliber. This is 16528, the full gold version in 18 karat yellow gold. Again, the sharp hallmarks indicate that this is a very nicely preserved case. That striking white dial with the black outer rings for that minimal, elegant contrast. Daytona writing in red, really one of the most wonderful pieces. Sure, you can find them with better prices on the secondary market, but here this example sold for a little more than $60,000. That was number 62. Number 63 was another Zenith powered Rolex Daytona 16523, so-called floating dial, since Cosmograph as the fifth line of writing is separate from these first four lines. Daytona in red, beautiful champagne dial that plays well with all the gold accents of the watch. I think this is a wonderful aesthetic. I kind of like actually the oxidization on the gold parts. To me, it really adds to the neo vintage charm of this particular reference. 16523 at lot number 63 went for 27,720, and it's basically from the first year where an automatic caliber was introduced to Rolex chronographs. So in many ways, it's a very meaningful piece. It's a very nice piece, and apparently came its with a presentation box, I should say, because it didn't really have the papers or anything else, as well as the informational booklets. Very nice watch. I know it's in the same ballpark range. A lot of the Zenith Daytonas with ceramic Daytonas on the secondary market. Sometimes the Zenith ones, depending on the condition and uniqueness, can sell for even more. But I really love them, and they're no longer in production. Rolex is never going, well, never say never, but they're not going anytime soon back to a third party supplier for their movements, especially not for their iconic chronograph. So that's a very collectible piece. I also like the more balanced visual aesthetics of those pieces of the 5-digit Daytona. This is certainly a great collectible item and very wearable too. If you like Daytonas, give it a shot. 16520 for the stainless steel reference, 16523 for the two-tone, and 16 for the yellow gold. And of course, you have 16519 for the white gold. So the world is your oyster in a way. At number 70, you have the double balance open worked dial, um, 15407 in steel. This is a beautiful skeletonized execution of the royal oak, uh, which you can certainly enjoy both from the case back and from the watch face from the front. It's a wonderful piece. I'm not a huge fan of skeletonized watches to begin with, so I can't really give much more enthusiasm than that for this watch. But it is certainly very appealing to some. At 41 millimeters, it's a little larger also from the extra thin jumbo as well, but it's very desirable to some, and it's sold right above the high ceiling of the estimate prior to the auction at 163,800 Swiss francs. That was number 70. At number 72, you have a possibly unique and certainly a very unusual Omega Speedmaster with the step dial and the additional 24-hour hand. The orange accents, of course, must have been quite appealing to some. Instead of a tachometer bezel, what you have is a 24-hour bezel to help read off that time from the orange hand. Really adore the orange accents on this style. People, of course, love the Ultraman, both in its vintage original and the modern reissue. Here you have the running seconds in orange, the chronograph seconds in orange, and the 24-hour in this rocket-shaped orange hand as well. Very charming and unique watch. This is an Omega reference 145012-68SP that sold for $138,600. And you see here the sketch of this particular design from the Omega Museum. That was lot number 72. You have again another kind of historic Omega at lot number 73. MIR 365 days, one of 28 pieces flown in the space for an entire year. This is, of course, very rare and limited piece. For the right collector, it must have meant quite a lot that it sold for a little more than $100,000 above the high ceiling of that estimate. The watch itself has that patinated charm, certainly on the dial and on the faded tachometer bezel as well. Quite handsome. Probably made sense for the particular collector. Quite a lot of money for a watch, but hey, these things are meaningful because of the emotions they carry, because of the stories they tell through their experience, through their existence, through really the events and people that they're attached to. The Alaska project, again, a watch that didn't necessarily sell a lot when it came out in that reissue, so to speak. But this is the 1970 production, reference 145.022, prototype piece. Comes with that red thermoprotective case made for NASA, sold for more than 200 Swiss francs. That was lot number 74. You had that lot number 75, a piece, a pre-explorer Rolex Oyster Perpetual that was worn on a Swiss expedition to Mount Everest, worn specifically by Norman Günther Dürrenfurt, made roughly in year 1952, has this kind of exploding patina that emits a kind of floral shape in two directions. Heat blued seconds hand, a little tint of red there by 6 o'clock for the officially certified chronometer. Very nice style, very warm patina on it, even though it could be otherwise considered damage. But here you have a historical piece with the right provenance, and it sold for a little more than $150,000. That was lot number 75. Yeah, the Alaska project are really unique Speedmasters. I kind of like them too. Not a huge fan of the Speedmaster, but certainly sometimes I get taken by interesting limited and historical editions and versions of it, for sure. Let me post the link quickly to Twitter to pull a few more people in. It sometimes helps. In the meantime, I will pull up an example again of the 6298 at lot number 76. Once again, a Rolex Oyster Perpetual that was worn on another expedition to Mount Everest. Let me post this very quickly. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Okay. Mm. All right. Going right back. That also came with that provenance of actually having been on an expedition to Mount Everest from 1952. This is before the historical feat of Tenzin Norgay and Sir Edmund Hillary. Um, Reference 6298 with the right provenance of Raymond Lambert, expedition Suisse à l'Everest in 1952, lot number 76, sold for almost 70,000 Swiss francs. A very nice example of two vintage Rolex references back to back. In a way, they used to be very niche, but increasingly they have gained in value. You have reference 1016, which is very beautiful Milgauss that sold for more than 44,000 US dollars from year 1988. And Rolex 1655, which is the so-called Steve McQueen, even though Steve McQueen never wore this watch, somehow the name stuck. This is a relatively early example of it from 1972. The Italian collectors call this watch Freccione because of that arrow-shaped 24-hour hand. The watch set itself apart for its unique aesthetics and that fixed stainless steel bezel that showed the 24-hour time with the help of that centrally deployed orange hand, of course, the Mark 1 dial, very collectible. Lot number 78 sold for a little more than 30,000 Swiss francs. Again, very well above the higher end of their previous estimate, which was 12 to 18,000 Swiss francs. You have a few um, beautiful and very desirable pieces here, back to back 82, 83, and 84. 84 is the new reference of Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Jumbo Extra Thin. that came out to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the design just this year with an in-house caliber for the first time in the model's history. This is the icon. This is stainless steel. This is the jumbo in 39 millimeter, extra thin, with that 50th anniversary rotor, exclusive for this year, sold for $113,400. That was lot 83. The Daytona Paul Newman with the exotic dial in this Panda configuration sold for almost a quarter million in Swiss francs slash US dollars, a reference 6262. And the reference 6263 Panda, which is to say white with black chronograph registers, that sold for a little more than $100,000 at 84. As you can see, the selections of Philips, Bax, Rousseau auctions are very niche, very specific, very desirable watches, a good mix of iconic, collectible, vintage references, hype watches, and very desirable high horological independence, both from the neo vintage era and our contemporary um, 21st century existence. So it's not surprising that you have a lot of watches that perform incredibly well. Of course, Vacheron Constantin is in many ways following the AP formula in using their overseas to exhibit and implement a lot of high complications. In this case, you have an overseas perpetual calendar, reference 4300V at lot number 85. That sold for more than 100,000 Swiss francs. You have a very elegant and uncommon white gold Patek Philippe calendar with this beautifully decorated and engraved case. Um, with Breguet numerals, the retrograde date, the center of the dial is also fittingly decorated in a way that resonates with the engravings on the case. The retrograde date takes the center stage in this perpetual calendar. As we said, the date is indicated by the pointer, and at the end of the month, or rather at the beginning of the month, snaps back to one as the month itself sets to the next one. Very elegant piece, very beautiful piece, very rare piece. This is 5160 slash 500G. You have, of course, a hinged case back, which means you can actually pop it open to take a peek at the caliber. Um, Very wearable, very beautiful, very elegant piece, sold for close to the higher ceiling of their estimate, $132,300. Chuck P says, I agree, it's top of the line curation. Yeah, it's they don't miss really it's really impressive um the way that Phillips has been uh really successful in the last few years, especially since they got Aurel Bax to their side. They have a great team. Aurel Bax is, of course, very well established and kind of legendary, both with his personal charm and the depth of his knowledge. But he's not the only one, right? His partner is great. Alexandre Gotby is great. Paul Botros. in the US, in New York, is he's great. It's just a wonderful team they have assembled, and with their established collections, of course, all of these people have been in the vintage collectors and auction house circuits for quite some time, circles for quite some time. So the connections they have assembled and established, they have been at the top of their game for quite some time. But for that reason, also, it's nice to ooh and ah when one sees the Philips auction results. But I think for that reason, uh, because it's such a niche segment of the market, one shouldn't just carry it away. One shouldn't just get carried away by looking at they have been pulling, because it certainly isn't reflecting, by and large, the state of the watch market today, which is crashing hard, right? Beyond these extreme examples, again, of highly collectible vintage watches, very desirable, high horological independence, and some quite collectible and respectable neo vintage and contemporary high pieces. It's it's really hard to beat this particular collection. You have another version of the open worked 41 millimeter Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, that double balance wheel, 15407, this time in pink golds, and that one sold for almost 200,000 Swiss francs at lot number 87. Once again, folks, feel free to hit the like button, subscribe if you are stumbling upon the channel. I'm here for Watch Talk every day, and I appreciate you checking out my other content, telling about the channel to your friends, helping me expand the community. Just hit the like button. It doesn't cost anything, and it really, really helps me. The channel is monetized now, so you can always highlight your questions and requests with super chats, and the links to contribute in other ways to the channel are pinned up there. If you sign up on Patreon, you will also be getting daily curated links to deals on the secondary markets, and you will have a direct line of communication with me about making deals when buying watches. So stay tuned here and stay connected with me on Patreon and beyond as well. You have kind of a Grande Complication by Patek Philippe at number 8. This is reference 1516J-011. You have a perpetual calendar with the moon phase indicator, uh, and the retrograde dates at the center. Breguet numerals, of course, make the watch really beautiful. Um, Patek signs their dials with tourbillon and the movement number at 6 o'clock for these kinds of special pieces. And this one happens to be a chiming watch as well, as you can probably tell from the indicator, from the slider here. The stepped lugs are really a thing of beauty, a very coherent piece of design, a very balanced piece of design, and with a tourbillon to boot on the back of the dial. The movement itself is really fantastic to behold. A very decorative piece in its own right. You can see the gong right here and the two hammers which sound out the uh, time when you engage that slider as well. A very beautiful piece, a very unique piece. And of course, for that, it's quite a spendy piece as well that sold for more than uh, um, $500,000, which was the high ceiling of their estimates. The finalized price before the buyer's premium was actually $529,200. We had a couple of de Bethune watches, but I want to highlight this gorgeous piece, the so-called Titan Hawk at lot number 89, sandblasted titanium case. Again, de Bethune has been on the vanguard of presenting titanium as a luxurious material for high horological execution. Um, the Bethune again is one of those brands that seem to take elements from traditional wristwatch design and really blend it with a futuristic aesthetic, coming up with pieces and designs that are immediately recognizable. Again, love it or hate it, you can't mistake these watches for someone else's product. Here you have a lovely pointer date in the middle, salmon dial with those blue accents against the sandblasted titanium case is a very unique aesthetic. Just the variety of fonts and dimensions on the case, I think, give the watch a very engaging aesthetic. That minimal radial guilloche in the middle, I think, is striking in its own way. And this particular piece, which is a DB28, if I'm not mistaken. No, my mistake. DB27S2 at lot number 89. 6 days of power reserve, comes as a full set, sold for 107,100 dollars. At number 90, it is one of the simple watches, but also one of the most popular and desirable watches that FP Jean has produced and currently has on its lineup. This is this used to be their entry level product, the most simple expression of the FP Jean aesthetic, with those stylized Arabic numbers, the easily identifiable and really quite legible hands for hours and minutes, the off center uh, subsidiary dial for the small seconds, a very elegant watch, a beautiful dial that's chameleon, looks all sorts of different ways in different uh, lighting and from different angles. The hype has not yet died down on these watches, almost impossible to get at retail. And lot number 90 is an FB Jaune chronomètre bleu, the tantalum case that itself has this bluish gray tint to it, is itself quite a delight. This is lot number 90 that sold for $94,500. So great contrast, by the way, between the kind of cool demeanor and aesthetic of that blue dial and tantalum case with the warmth of that nicely decorated uh, movement with its pink gold bridge plates. Really, really a nice piece. And the not the twilight, but really the emergence of the independence and the twilight of the idols, I guess. Um, at number 92, you have an Uhrwerk UR 100V iron, again, selling above the high end of the estimate at 52,920. This is, as they describe it, a very fine and rare stainless steel and titanium wristwatch with orbiting satellite hours. As you can see, that kind of star wheel aesthetic. Limited edition of 25 pieces, of course, comes as a full set. Again, a very unique and identifiable aesthetic that no one can fault them for. Uhrwerk has certainly made its mark in the independent scene. Um, again, between MBNF and Uhrwerk, you have once again important independents that don't look like anyone else, and that certainly have carved out their own space and defined their own niche. Um, which is something only to be commended, even though I'm not a fan of their watches at all whatsoever. But the way their watches perform in the auction is a testament to their quality and desirability at one and the same time. Number 93 is an Lang und Heine Friedrich der Dreite. It's a beautiful piece. I think Bill Sanders has one of these. He swears by Lang und Heine. He respects Marco Lang as a watchmaker quite deeply. I really do like these watches as well. If you're into this sort of at once severe and quite simple but also elegant dress watch aesthetic, you might find something very likable about Friedrich III. Um, a nice, unique three lugged aesthetic. I think black against the white metal, black dial against the stainless steel is a beautiful aesthetic as well. I don't know the secondary market really well on these watches, but I can see here that the realized price fell right in between their estimates. Again, very well performed for a relatively minor but increasingly recognizable independent brand at Lang und Heine at number 93, which sold for $35,280. Basil says, I met Bill Sanders in New York City. What a gentleman. I met Bill Sanders in his own lectures on his channel and in his beautiful visit to this channel where we talked about project Lyrique Etude number 1, which recently came to life. Check out that interview. I'm going to send all you guys a link right now. Um, he is in many ways the definition of a gentleman, I have to say. um quite quite admire his knowledge, his well informed and calm and collected delivery, his willingness to also take a step back when he doesn't necessarily know something perfectly, his willingness to um, also expand his knowledge as he goes on, and the breadth uh, of his collection, the adventurousness, I was gonna say, but like the kind of um, unique characteristic his collection exhibits. He is um, he's he's really amazing. I love him. I love him. Great guy. So let me see. What For whatever reason I wasn't able to find this interview, which tells me that I need to really organize my videos. So I apologize for this slight delay, but there we go. Bill Sanders of Watch Art Sci. Hey, he does wear a lovely hat. Um, I will make sure I'll be on the East Coast, as you guys know, in December, and I'll make sure to somehow meet Bill Sanders. Probably will end up meeting somewhere in Connecticut, um, and I'll make sure to wear a flat cap myself, just so I can get on his level in terms of headgear. Um, I will need a couple of years to get to his level of horological knowledge and independent taste and authenticity as a collector. But I think I can already try to rival him in terms of headgear. So I'll show up with an IV cap against his beret, and we will hopefully have a hat off. um, that would be great. It would be nice to meet him. All jokes aside, it would be great to meet him in person. Another great trend that we have been observing in this channel. I was just talking about it with Nick as well earlier. The professor and I were talking about how brands like A. Lange und Söhne, like Cartier, that used to sell well below their retail price on the secondary markets, have been steadily picking up over the last few years, even over the last decade, when you look into it. And it's really due to work that they have put uh, in the last decades or so. The horological quality they have established, the uh, space they have created in terms of a unique aesthetic. I don't need to tell you anything about Cartier, but A. Lange and Söhne is again one of those brands that you can, um, Photoshop every single piece in their catalog and efface the branding from the dial, and you will still be able to recognize all those watches. So Cartier seems almost unaffected from the market crash. No pun intended. Number 96 is a Cartier crash, a very rare limited edition piece at that. You can burgundy numerals, beautifully executed Roman numerals, made for the Hong Kong market from 1994. The case back is beautifully inscribed with all the markings of Cartier Paris as well. It's really a gorgeous watch. Even if you don't particularly like that design, it's hard again not to admire the Cartier crash as a piece of design, and really as a work of industrial art in a way, as a work of surrealist art, you might also say, even though the design itself has a different provenance and not simply a derivation from that famous painting by Salvador Dali. So this pink gold Cartier crash with burgundy numerals, made for the Hong Kong market in 1994, sold for $214,200. And at number at the tank that looks like a veritable tank, one of the most unreadable watches ever made, but not less cool for that. This is Tank à Guichet, the jumping hour tank, where you have the jumping hour at where you would have 12 o'clock traditionally, and kind of with the contours of a smile. You have at 6 o'clock that rotating indicator for the minutes. It's again a beautiful piece, perhaps somewhat unreadable, but no less cool for that. Lovely wristwatch at lot number 95. This is the Cartier Tank à Guichet. The pictures seem to be stuck. That sold for $88,200. Oof. Hey, Cartier has the most honorable runners-up trophy, and that's the biggest honor that anyone can aspire for in the Swiss watch market, because Rolex basically sells, both in terms of volume and in terms of the revenue generated, as much as their next five competitors. So to usurp that runners up spot from Omega is already the trophy. Um, they will never, well, never say never, but they're not taking over Rolex anytime soon. It was a TPG joke. Um, yeah, I don't do TPG, man. I leave that to the expert. My friend, Watch Nicholas, he's the one who dissects TPG. And then again, Chuck P, I also don't know much about, um, anyone who wants to scream aloud that they are gentlemen and that they're cultured and that they're whatever. I try to chill a little bit, but yeah, I miss out on those TPG references. St. Peter says, punning on my pun, the crash doesn't crash. Absolutely. Cartier seems to be on the rise. Um, there you see your uh, Tank Américain in a different iteration with unique emerald green numerals and the railway track, a platinum limited edition, number 20 out of 30 examples. It's sold for $52,920. Yeah, the crash doesn't crash, the tank doesn't tank, and Cartier still seems to be going strong. You have again a beautiful gold Daytona Paul Newman. This is number 62 a reference 6241. Gorgeous Paul Newman in yellow gold. Um, Black and gold, you can hardly beat that combination. Beautiful case, Jubilee bracelet that seems to give the watch a unique flavor. That mild oxidization, I think, adding a little bit more warmth to the piece. Uh, really incredible. Again, those Art Deco numerals look even better in that champagne accent. What a wonderful piece. This is number 102, reference 6241, the Paul Newman in yellow gold on a matching Jubilee bracelet from year 1969. It sold for $680,400. Um, Meech, we are talking about hot horology, but not spelled not spelled in that way. But we will do our ranking eventually. I highly believe that. Again, very collectible, very desirable Rolex triple calendar chronograph at number 103. This is reference 4767. Beautiful syringe hands, heat blued for that extra bit of pop. Um, and matching also with that pointer date on the chapter ring. Lovely piece, the so-called Jean-Claude Killy with the syringe hands. Wow, again, very desirable, very aspirational vintage Rolex at number 103, more than $200,000 once again. Another Newman at number 106. I'm not going to beat the horse too much. This is 6263, sold for $630,000. A beautiful, historically important 5512, which is the chronometer certified version, gilt dial, gold writing of the submariner, and also co-signed by that storied jeweler, that historic dealer of Rolex and Patek Philippe watches from out of Caracas, Venezuela, Serpico Laino. This was a 5512 Rolex Submariner with the gilt dial. That red triangle is itself a very nice and distinctive character. Lot 107 sold for 126,000 Swiss francs. We're moving on slowly but surely to another interesting piece. This is Rolex Sea Dweller from 1665 with a gold khanjar. Again, established by the proper provenance, connected to the family of the original owner, consigned by the son of the original owner. I don't want to talk too much about the history of these watches, but suffice to say that they were usually gifted to members of British special units that were deployed in the counterinsurgents against the revolution in Oman, in the coup, and in the wake of the coup that the now deceased the late Sultan of Oman, Sultan Qaboos, uh, had overthrown his father. Again, long story, but the Khanjar decorated Rolexes, whether we are talking about Daytonas, Submariners, Sea Dwellers, day dates, and other Rolex watches and watches from other brands really are quite desirable. Some of the most desirable, uh, quote unquote, Arab Rolex dials, in fact. And it's really no surprise that number 110 with the proper provenance sold for $378,000. I'm saying dollars and Swiss francs interchangeably right now because the currency is more or less on parity right now. So if you're watching it at another time where this has changed, I sincerely apologize. But this is from November 2022. And there you have it. The prices are listed actually on Philips, of course, in Swiss francs. You have this, again, a wonderful expression of the Patek Philippe aesthetic in an early version of their hand wound chronograph, reference 130. This was at the time where Patek Philippe chronographs were built on the base of the Vajra caliber 13. The switch to CH27 by Lemonia had not yet happened. These are very small watches, but wear quite surprisingly well, actually, with those um, elongated and drooping lugs. This is a beautiful yellow gold piece with applied Breguet numerals in matching material, clearly retailed by Tiffany, as you can ascertain by this third line added above Patek Philippe Genève. A beautiful piece on a matching bracelet with those straight end links. Gorgeous, really. Sold for about 120,000 Swiss francs. That was a lot number 111. Chuck P says, I think Jean Claude Biver once said, Rolex is like the sun. You never look directly at them. Hey, you might get blinded by your hatred, by your jealousy, by your own viciousness. Yes, don't look at the sun. Don't look at the crown. Great. Jean-Claude Biver is really amazing. It's hard to listen to him live because he screams too and passionate whenever he speaks about anything related to the world of watches. So don't mind me. Jean-Claude Biver is, of course, an absolute idol and someone who has probably forgotten uh, three times about watches that I can only aspire to learn only once. So, excuse me for having said anything slightly negative about him. He's an absolute legend. This is a very lovely watch. He is, of course, even more desirable than 130 because it is sized case, 36.5 millimeter. Anything pink on pink from the world of vintage will always resonate, will always have some sort of added value. This is, of course, pink gold case, kind of a pink dial, light salmon, beautiful cohesion there. I also love the heat blued chronograph seconds hand as well as the matching minute counter at 3 o'clock here. Accent there for added legibility. 530 again extremely desirable, quite rare in this pink on pink configuration. So lot 113 actually basically went for 1 million Swiss francs, let's say 900,000 Swiss francs before the buyer's premium. 1463 is again a very legendary reference for Patek Philippe. This example at number one with a sector dial makes it quite rare. The fact that it is co-signed by the retailer Valsawald makes it even more desirable. The dial is lightly patinated. All that is to say, it's not messed with. The telemeter scale, I think, is quite charming. Stainless steel makes it even more rare. It is something retailed right at the end of the World War II in 1945. Valsawald is um, a retailer in Argentina. No comment. 1945, Argentina. I'm not going to say much, but this is a beautiful piece. Sector dial, stainless steel Patek Philippe chronograph, 1463. Uh, Tasti tondi, very tasty indeed. Of course, it refers to actually these nicely decorated pushers. Um, the Tasti tondi is, of course, Italian for round pushers, if I'm not mistaken. So that's what uh, gives these particular Patek Philippe chronographs their name. Beautiful two-tone sector dial. The retailer's co-signature at 6 o'clock. A watch from 1945, beating with that same Valjoux 13 based caliber, a hand wound chronograph with 35 millimeter case, so slightly larger than the 130. It sold for $378,000. Speaking of Salmon dial Patek Philippe chronographs, this is the newer and quite desirable version, of course, with their in-house hand-wound chronograph caliber 5172G. The one with the blue dial was already a hit. The syringe hands, I think, are very charming in connection with the white metal of the case, and the Arabic numerals actually gives the whole piece a very unique and somewhat sporty flavor. In with the blue dial, especially with the salmon dial, you have something a little more severe, a little more distinguished, perhaps. And that sold above its estimate as well for $88,200. That was lot number 116, 5172G-010. You had a new old stock stainless steel Daytona with the matching tachometer bezel, so pre-ceramic Daytona at number 119, reference 116520 with a black dial. That sold also above the estimate, the high ceiling of the estimate for $32,760. Once again, it shows you the power of curation, right? When you bring so many high rollers into the same room by your curation of all these iconic vintage collectibles, all these aspirational independent maker high horology watches, all these high pieces that are almost impossible to obtain in any other way without paying a premium, you end up getting, even for relatively more common pieces, the best price that you can get as a seller. So, again, not necessarily a sign of the times, but quite a strong result there for a stainless steel pre-ceramic Daytona at number 119. Same thing can be said about the 50th anniversary Submariner, the so-called Kermit 16610 LV for Lunette Verte at number 118. That was a flat four, so from year 2003 with the sticker on the back. Uh, Presentation box and says, I don't know if actually had the papers. I don't know, but that sold for $32,760 as well. Very strong price again. Uh, One has to commend Philips for putting together such an impressive collection of watches that everything seems to have performed so strongly compared to whatever else we had. It's quite a feat. What we examined yesterday, for example, from the first round of results from Antiquorum in Geneva. The Aquanaut Travel Time 5164A at number 120 sold again right above the higher end of that estimate, 81,900 Swiss francs. The 15202 in stainless steel, the previous reference of the Royal Oak Jumbo in extra thin in steel, 75,600 Swiss francs. The Tornek Revel, again, a beautiful and iconic vintage collectible. Tornek Revel, of course, carries the name of the U.S. distributor of Blancpain at that time. The TR900 is the watch they produced by securing the military contract, hence the chosen name, hence the native name, that iconic moisture indicator at 6 o'clock that really drives home the tool watch aesthetic and the purpose driven design of these pieces. Really, the Blancpain 50 Fathoms and their military issued iterations are quite beautiful. And when they come into the markets in these kinds of condition and with established provenance, they always sell well. In this case, it sold for 100,000 Swiss francs. A Comex Sea Dweller, the 5-digit reference 16660, sold for $119,700. Again, Comex diver with an established provenance sells well, almost always. A very beautiful Patrizzi dial Rolex 16520 with those uniquely aged, and in this case, uh, chocolate brown slash oxblood, almost red outer rings. Um, the defective material somehow becoming uh, desirable for collectors. This happens in the world of Rolex once every so often. When it happens, sometimes it's confounding, sometimes it's impressive, but in either case, it results in really incredible amounts of price. In this case, you have a very beautifully preserved example, very unique dial aesthetic. The patina on those outer rings play really well with the red writing on the dial. The tritium also aged into this creamy tone that aligns all the stars, that establishes that beautiful constellation of vintage charm for number 128, and that sold for $122,220. Wowzers. Again, beautiful piece, but where are we going with this? Um, you can get beautiful, beautiful 5-digit Rolex Daytonas that are very similar to this with a black dial or with a white dial, around $25,000 in great condition. But of course, this is collectible. This is unique. This has somehow transformed by the hand of nature into something different. So, hence the price tag. The Platinum Daytona with the pavé dial. I love the blue of those hands. I genuinely love this configuration. Congratulations again to Marcelo from our community for getting his version of this Platinum Daytona. This is 116506. Platinum Daytona with those distinctive ice blue subdials in this case, the blued hands, and the maroon tachometer bezel, quite beautiful, and went right above the higher ceiling of that estimate, breaking $200,000. 130 was that Polipetto new old stock, historically important version of the Rolex Sea Dweller that was issued to the diving unit of the Italian police. This is 16600, a Rolex Sea Dweller at lot number 130. And the example sold for $277,200. I think this was the example that belonged to the chief, and it was perfectly preserved in the full set, and came with all these badges as well. Yes, made for the chief of Italian police, Giovanni De Gennaro. You won't find anyone like it, and I guess that's what the collector who bid on this particular piece was shooting for. I guess it comes with a bottle of the Genko olive oil as well. Would be great. Amazing. Always been impressed by the layouts that these um, police sometimes create, after they apprehend certain perpetrators, and the badges really resemble that. The Centigraph Souverain, which is kind of a sporty chronograph designed by F. Bergeron. This is a beautiful taupe dial against the platinum case. This is a hand-wound chronograph, taupe dial, white subdials, red accents, a very, very handsome watch, I have to say. Lot number 133 went for $163,800. Oh, peeping time says 277. I'll take a look at that. By the way, guys, hit the like button if you haven't. Please, please, please do subscribe if you're just stumbling upon this broadcast. I'm here with Watch Talk every day, and I have all sorts of other content too related to watches and style. So check it out. Stay tuned. I have a giveaway coming up. As you know, the most recent Seiko Rowing Blazers collaboration has completely sold out, but I have one of each color that I will be giving away in the next 4 months. So for that, you will have to stay tuned to this channel, stay subscribed to this channel, as well as my Instagram account, which is where the competition will be announced with its guidelines. So stay tuned, follow the links if you would like to contribute. And in either case, feel free to choose um, choose a lot from this and ask to look closer. Um, yes, I need to get a drink. As you see, I'm a little frazzled, so I will leave you with the very last lot from this auction. We'll make our way back again, but this is lot 232, which is Philippe Dufort Simplicité. Philippe Dufort again is one of the iconic watchmakers of our contemporary time. Of course, simplicité or simplicity is quite literal in its description of the product. It's supposed to be a very distilled expression of the horological aesthetic, just a time only watch with seconds on a subsidiary dial at 6 o'clock, Breguet numerals that have these oversized units at the quarters, the Dauphine hands, a kind of vortex like decoration at the center of the dial, Breguet frosted hours track, um, that sort of railroad on the chapter ring, also for the minutes. It's really a beautiful piece with a grayscale aesthetic that is given just that perfect touch of distinction with the pink gold accents. Um, what you have is a white gold wristwatch ear, very limited piece, of course, very beautiful piece, very simple piece, but something that is set apart by its distinction, by its simplicity, and of course, by its exclusivity. In this case, of course, the 232 sold for more than 1 million Swiss francs, and the higher end of the estimate was already quite high at $700,000, but it went for even more. By the way, it's not even 11, and I'm going pretty strong, but I'm also feeling a little bit uh, of of exhaustion. So let's see if I can go a little longer. Feel free to encourage me in some way by giving a super chat. But I think I might close very soon because this has been a long day. Um, I was very happy to collaborate, of course, with Watch Nicholas earlier, but I've been on for quite a while now, already for almost 4 hours. But if you want to encourage me to stay on for another hour, at least until midnight in my time, feel free to send in a super chat, or you can send me a question as well, or a topic that you want me to explore. This is a beautiful monopusher chronograph by Daniel Roth with that double ellipse case design, the ellipsocurvex, as he calls it, numbered number 20. Monopusher, of course, is just a little more complex to execute than the two pusher chronographs. It is here in yellow gold, a beautiful, beautiful piece that was apparently only made in 53, now 52 examples, only 16 in platinum and 36 in from um, out of 36 examples. And this is apparently the original model, distinguished by the swan neck regulator, as you can see here, of an older Lemania movement that Daniel Roth assembled and finished and cased here for his monopusher configuration. Lot 229 sold for $88,200. Um, no, Big Meech. Another day we can examine that case. Thank you, Chuck B. Thank you. I appreciate you as well, and thank you for your upvotes and your subscription. It really does matter. It makes all the difference in the world, actually. Exposure, and just one more follower or subscriber really pushes me towards the next level always. That's how we grow. That's how we expand the community. Speaking of independents that perform really well, here's MBNF with reference 03WL.B. That's the legacy machine perpetual calendar that also sold well above its estimate at $176,400. The horological machine next to it at lot number 228, which is MBNF reference 31 RTL B, sold for 52,920. Laurent Ferrier again performed admirably. A classic origin. They are simplest time only model with that beautifully finished titanium case. This monochromatic appearance, except for those very subtle, beautiful red accents. The movement in there, hand wound caliber watches, I really adore. It's very simple, but I find also very subtle and elegant. This one sold for $40,000 as well, which is a pretty strong result, especially in this market. The ceramic Audemars Piguet perpetual calendar, which is basically the hype of all hype watches, the hypest hype watch that has ever hyped. Lot number 224. This is reference 26579 CE, sold for $250,000. The reduced sized Patek Philippe Nautilus, the 3800-1P, in platinum, therefore, with those very elegant teardrop, small drop diamonds for index markers, sold for 120,000 Swiss francs. This is a very nice reference, actually. Reduced size with centrally deployed seconds, as opposed to the 3700, which is the jumbo, and does not have a second hand. Some might even like this piece. They were really attractively priced on the secondary markets just a few years ago. That is no longer the case, especially not for these sorts of unique examples. Still, I think, relatively speaking, for stainless steel or two-tone versions, you can find decent enough deals, but it's a Nautilus after all. It will still be very exaggerated in terms of pricing, if you ask me. But then again, what do I know? I don't really like the Nautilus as a piece of design to begin with. So now we might be in the last stretch, but I will keep going for a little longer. Again, the new 50th anniversary reference, this time in white gold with this sunburst green dial with a fumé finish. Um, Very nice watch. Sorry, I said white gold. It's platinum actually. This is 16202 PT. That sold for $277,200. That was a lot 222. 50th anniversary model, of course, which means it comes uniquely for 2022 only, for the 50th anniversary only, with the skeletonized 50th anniversary rotor. And I like the fact that they matched the aesthetic of this watch with a matching rotor as well, at least in white metal. I can't quite tell from this picture whether that is also platinum. I suspect it would be white gold rather, but in either case, I think it is something to be appreciated when they pay attention to it. I wish they paid attention to also the placing of the bolts on the case back too, but it happens. It happens. I think Marpiguet is preoccupied with a lot of other things um, beyond making watches these days, these years. So it happens. This is number 218, another strong result by Cartier Tortue Monopoussoir, the white gold version of this CP revival of the monopusher chronograph in the Tortue case. As you might know, this was the caliber and the design, the watch that F. Bejan and Denis Flageolet have suggested that Cartier revive. It is caliber 045 MC and reference number 2396 in white gold with this large number 12 in Roman numeral is very distinctive, very desirable, and that sold for 56,700 Swiss francs from year 1998. Comes with all the trappings of the CPCP Collection Privée Cartier Paris presentation. So very nice indeed. That is lot number 218. Hi, Saad. Nice to see you. Yeah, yep. The 3800J is a great reference as well. I do love the tortue. It's like a 20s thing, this cushion shaped or tonneau shaped cases, but they had their revival in the 90s, very much thanks to Frank Müller, I have to say. And I think they have their place, certainly. And I think Cartier's execution of them is just brilliant. And especially if you find an example of the monopusher chronograph from that CPCP collection, 1998, 2008. It's a great find, and of that caliber of watch, not on the auction, but on the secondary market, sometimes it can be a decent deal, because you get to tap into that particular moment of Cartier in their revival as a horological house. You get a movement that was recreated, and remade by very important in independent watchmaking today. François Paul of F.P. Jean, Denis Flageolet of De Bethune, and Vianney Alter was also part of that grouping, part of that workshop at some point in time. So you get a lot of history tied into a single piece. Um, I think it's a great moment in time for neo vintage slash contemporary watchmaking. Another oversized Patek Philippe hand wound chronograph in stainless steel with those yellow gold accents, another sector dial, reference 530 at lot number 215, and that sold for 693,000 US dollars. And you have a 3974, another beautiful Grand Complication, so to speak, by Patek. A beautiful gray starburst dial on a perpetual calendar, pink gold, applied pink Breguet numerals, moon phase indicator at 6, uh, the slider for the minute repeater, of course, at 9 o'clock. Um, Very unique dial that I don't think I have ever seen in um, in a pink gold Patek Philippe, but hey, you learn something every day. Wonderful 22 carat full gold micro rotor movement, um, beautiful barley corn guilloche decoration on it. The movement itself is really nice to look at. You can see also the gong and the hammers right there as well. That was 3974 at lot number 214, which sold for 961,700. I want to talk about 212, 213. I might just close, guys. Um, yeah, I'm a little tired, but if something comes through in the last moment in the Manabution or a super chat, I might go for a little bit longer. But let me just contemplate. Let me just get uh, my drink, which is really a cup of water, and go from there. And you take a look at lot 213 in the meantime. Sure, sure, Meech. Drop 300. I'll go for another 6 hours. I promise. 300 PayPal or 300 Cash App. I'll go for another 6 hours. You have my promise. I have, if anything, I have stamina. So I'd be more than happy. And I have stuff to discuss. So 300, I'll go for 6 hours more until 5 in the morning. How about that? For me, anyways. For me, that will be 5 in the morning. So this is a Patek Philippe travel time, reference 2596, which was actually a complication that was designed by Louis Cotier, um, the same person who implemented the world time complication for iconically for Patek Philippe, but also for other watchmakers as well, including Agassiz and Vacheron Constantin as well. But really, his name and legacy is more so associated with Patek Philippe than others. In its initial iteration, in reference 2597, as it is exhibited here in two examples. The watch actually simply had these pushers on the left flank of the case that allowed it not have the extra hand that allowed you to have that extra hand for local time, actually. So the first reference, the first series, first movement is very rare and very valuable, especially because a lot of these watches that went back to service, a lot of these watches that retailers couldn't sell, were later fitted with that extra hour hand and converted into what resembles Patek's travel time complication today. So 2597 with only two hands with seconds on the subdial at 6 o'clock is very rare and therefore very desirable. This is an example from 1956. Beautiful Calatrava case with drooping lugs at lot number 212, sold for $163,800. Wowzers. Let's take a look at its movement, by the way. There we go. That's quite all right. That's quite all right. We'll finish this one. We'll finish this one and then we'll see what time it is. We'll see what time it is. You know what time it is? 2597. Again, this is the Calatrava travel time. It's a later iteration of the movement, perhaps. And this one went for 81,900. That was lot number 213. You had the unique example of the 1815 white gold flyback chronograph by Alang und Söhne that was made for the Hampton Court course of elegance to be auctioned off for charity. This was something they did in collaboration, if I'm not mistaken, with the Prince's Trust, the trust that was established by the then Prince of Wales, Charles, now His Majesty King Charles III, a charity that's dedicated to the education and formation of young people. So Alan Gonzune decided for the edition, for this year's edition of the Hampton Court Course of Elegance, to create a watch, because, as you know, the participants in these sorts of events are already quite privileged, but to be auctioned off for purposes of charity. So lot 209 was offered with no reserve, a unique example of a white gold flyback chronograph by Alain Gonzune with this beautiful um, black dial. The gilt accents on the dial, I think, give it this classic and classy appearance, but that contrast with the silver slash white subdials, I think, also gives this white gold chrono a certain sporty and dynamic feel, which really jumps out in combination with those alpha hands. This is a beautiful piece. The hinged case bag also, of course, is a throwaway, gives you a wonderful display of that um, caliber that already is uh, a legacy in its own right. L951. It's a great base to work with here in its extravagant execution for 1815, with all the trappings of Lange hand-wound chronograph, the swan neck regulator, the free cock, the column wheel, the blued screws, the heat blued screws, the rubies inside the gold chaton. It's really artful in every single way. The inside of the hinged case back says unique piece, very unique indeed. And the case back itself is decorated with the logo of the Concours of Elegance, Hampton Court Palace 2022, with a prancing um, horse. It's really it's really a great piece, in white gold with that black dial and gilt writing. I think it's very appealing. Of course, with the inscriptions of the event and the uniqueness of the piece, the Pegasus on the back. It's just a great piece. Sold for more than $1 million. I'm sure it went to a great home and benefited a charity in um, in the process. So that's great. You have the pink gold version of the first generation of Alain Gonzune's hand-wound flyback chronograph in datograph, which is also called the Dufourgraph because Philippe Dufour wears the pink gold version of this with the black dial. Incidentally, Roger Smith wears the platinum version of it. So it is the watchmaker's watch, a beautiful demonstration of high horological watchmaking and hand finishing in every aspect of the watch, but certainly in the architecture, assembly, and finishing of the manual chronograph movement itself. This is the grail of all grails. I really like it in the in the classical proportions of the original design. It doesn't have the power reserve. It does have the oversized date at 12 o'clock, and also the Roman numerals at 2, 6, and 10 as well. A beautiful piece. I love it in platinum, but I wouldn't kick the pink gold version out of bed for eating crackers. Either this one sold for 138,600. Um, on the secondary market, they can be found for much less than that. But again, great work, Philips, for having this sort of curation that every single piece actually gets its own shine, its own time, and this sort of great interest and value. Thank you, Gundog. Thank you for dropping by. Love you. Love seeing your name in the chat. Love your contributions when you are actually engaged in the chat. But I know it's a work day already across the pond for you. So enjoy when you get to it. I really do appreciate you. We have a yellow gold Lange 1 at lot number 207. That sold for a little more than 30,000 Swiss francs. We have Lange 1 Soirée, which, if I'm not mistaken, is a reduced size. No, it is not. All right. Well, it's still the earlier reference with the double spring barrel movement, 72-hour power reserve built on the JLC gear trains with the distinctive three-quarter plate that is the visual signature of Saxonian watchmaking. You can almost immediately recognize them by a simple glance on the case back when you see these islands on that bridge plate. That is the earlier iteration of the movement built on JLC gear trains. Uh, I do like them. Uh, I would, in fact, for that sort of value and for, again, the fact that they are limited, I would go for the earlier movement. I know some people just prefer whatever is new. I understand. One of the beautiful things about that particular alloy they use to produce their bridge plates that they call German silver, that has this distinctive yellowish hue. It's a great thing for us vintage watch enthusiasts because you ultimately have a watch that patinates on the case back as well. So that yellowish hue, in fact, in time takes on uh, a patina and a certain kind of prominence. It becomes more noticeable. The bridge plate looks more yellow as time passes, which is a wonderful thing to observe, a wonderful thing to take a look at as you contemplate the passing of time. This is lot number 206. It is Lange 1 Soirée, white gold case with beautiful mother of pearl dial, reference 110.029, sold for 44,100 Swiss francs. يا
بونوس
باشا
دياش
كيف
يا
الحال؟
باشا يا باش مهندس
Buenas noches.
الحمد لله
Bashment.
good morning.
I haven't heard that for a decade almost. Oh
Really?
my God.
Okay, here we go.
I love it. It reminds me of my time in Egypt. Wow. Yeah, Bash Mohendes. Yeah, that's um how are you, professor?
Okay. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I was
doctor.
supposed to come earlier,
That's okay.
but I had a roof leak.
Oh no, and this is your new place as well.
This is a new place, new place. You know, places in the old country are as old as the old country.
Mm,
People don't repair anything. So there are two leaks, one in the bedroom, one in the bathroom. So, yeah. So I had to go and, well, not fix, but see how big it is. And I've been up since 5 this morning, and I've been listening to
good.
some of your things, but I couldn't join because I was, you know, up there pretending I'm fixing something. I think I destroyed it more, but anyway, that's the
That's
quality of
okay.
my skills.
That's all right. You were here in spirit. I was going strong, and I was looking for someone to push me in some way to go for the last stretch, and the fact you joined is a great encouragement. So I will go at least until midnight. That's very good. Um, we were drooling over some of the pieces in the Phillips auction, which, unlike the antiquorum that we were looking at over the last couple of days, is of course a more opulent curation, more exclusive, a blend of a lot of very desirable and iconic vintage collectibles, aspirational high horological independence, and some hype watches that you can't actually get through retail at the list price. So all of that lifts up every single piece that is listed, and they have realized by and large some great prices, but I think it's more of an exception than the rule.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I think I heard you saying something about Cartier, which I wanted to highlight. And you
Mm,
said something that it's correct. It hasn't crashed. Well, it never went anywhere. It didn't have the hype, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing
yes.
that it didn't have the hype of all the other brands because the other brands are crashing. And I want to quantify what you said about the crash, which is absolutely correct. Now, a crash in markets, in stock markets, is anything between uh, a decline between 10 to 20%. Anything above 20% is defined as a crash. So if watch prices have gone down, it is a crash. Because I've heard people saying, oh, how can you call it a crash? It's a correction. Well, sorry, guys, it is a crash. Technically, stock markets have gone down by more than 20%, and they have crashed, and they're crashing.
Uh, um, well, again, puts yet another spin on why they were obsessing so much about, hey, it's nothing, it's just a 20% price correction.
Yeah, I think that lollipop is due for a revision because it's a similar lollipop. And I was talking yesterday about electric vehicles, and it's another
Mm.
lollipop of the 21st century that people are sucking on, believing that electric vehicles. You're laughing. Yes, yes. Well, Professor here does say a lot of these things. I have been on the official media saying this. So I did give a presentation, a speech rather, where I said that the electric vehicle is a myth, a newly created of the 21st century. And this nonsense about decarbonizing is the latest myth of the lollipop era that our politicians and others want to
Okay.
pontificate and
So
present.
you are actually you are actually using the analogy of people sucking on a lollipop in your more elevated and how shall I put it, more formalized analysis as well. I feel more privileged now.
Yes, yes. No, I said it. I said it in an audience in Washington, D.C. I was connected via whatever. It was a virtual, not a physical
Mm,
presentation. The audience was pretty serious, and I said, my position on decarbonization is that, of course, it is happening, but it's not happening very quickly, and it's going to have a lot of pitfalls, a lot of difficulties. One of them being that we don't have enough mines
mm,
to produce the minerals required for all the cars we are being assuming that the world is going to demand, right? This is all nonsense. So, and also we have not made the production of electric vehicles environmentally correct. These are very dirty cars. And I gave the example of Tesla. I'm sorry to say, if anybody's driving a Tesla because they want to be environmentally conscious, they should better think twice. That battery is, in order to producing so dirtying to the climate that it is destroying far more than
mm.
regenerating. So that's what I said.
Professor,
You
I
know,
think I think people drive Teslas. I think people drive Teslas to be not environmentally conscious, but to be self-righteous. So it's quite
well,
all
they
right
should think.
to point that
Yeah,
out.
no, but self-righteous. It's there is none of that because it is a far more dirtier car. If anybody knows how these batteries are being produced in China, and what happens to the environment, the impact it has on the environment, they will not be buying cars. And so this self-righteousness that people have should be corrected again because it's simply
Professor,
not
but
the case.
I'll
Yeah.
say this: living in the and Los Angeles is, of course, even an exception among exceptions in the way it's
Mm.
sprawling and extremely disconnected and entirely impossible to live without a car. uh, a lot of American cities, the crushing majority of American cities, are simply not designed to be livable without having a car. So to
I agree.
beat down upon people for owning cars and trying to find
No,
stopgap solutions to be more environmentally conscious. And I will join you in that. I like bantering about this kind of stuff. But unless you have real initiative in terms of investing our tax into public transportation, in establishing the infrastructure that will make it possible for people to give up on their cars in a realistic manner, this is all BS talk. We are just flexing muscles, and it won't lead anywhere.
all I'm saying is that no. You're reading me wrong. Is that this debate about the clean car versus the dirty car uh, is all a lollipop? The green car is not green.
I am no,
This is
I
what I'm
respect
saying.
that. I respect that. I
Yeah,
respect that. But
this is all I'm saying.
that's not the
Yeah, the rest.
I'm saying that's not the end customer's problem. That is actually the government's problem. That is actually the local and federal government's problem, because you cannot give up on cars. Period.
No.
Dirty,
Of course, they
dirty,
will not give
clean.
up.
The
Yeah,
people. No, it's not. They will. People cannot go to their jobs to
of course.
live if they don't have cars. So I'm not
Yeah,
going to
yeah.
blame people for whatever car they're using. If they have an entire fleet of cars for every single member of their family, it's not their fault.
Okay.
People can't live
Let
from
me.
month to month if they don't
Yeah.
have cars in this country.
No, no, for
It's
sure.
sickening.
The issue is not the car. The issue is the what are people are being told about the green car, about
Yeah,
electric vehicles. And people, of course, because they're busy, they don't look into the car, deeper into the car. Is this a green car? How do we generate energy, electricity for the car? How do we power the car? They don't go into that. It's the same with the issue of petrol. Where is the petrol coming? They don't care if it's coming from, Zimbabwe or it's coming from Saudi Arabia. They don't really care. All they care is that it's accessible, it's cheap, and it's there and available. That's all. For sure, America is not constructed, and most of the world, without cars. It is constructed around cars. That's the fact of the 20th century. And cars will never be abolished, for sure. Public transport cannot reach the limit. Cannot reach the people because there are many limits. So the car is needed, and all these hyperloops and all of that stuff that people are talking about, we're very far away from it. All I'm saying is that this, recent fashion, the fad about the electric car, and how, by 2035 we will have electric vehicles because the internal combustion engine is going to be taken out. It's not going to exist anymore by 2030 to 2035, right? Um, this is nonsense. I find this kind of debate nonsense. So my intervention was that listen, the internal combustion engine is still very viable. Yes, it's dirty, but the option you're offering to people is dirtier. This is what I'm saying. The option you're offering to people is dirtier, and we
yeah,
need to account for all the components. There is no zinc globally to mine, there is no copper, and we don't have the lithium ion mines to address the demand that will be upcoming in the next 15 to 20 years. So I said, decarbonization is the recent lollipop that politicians are sucking on because of the energy crisis. Oh, we have an energy crisis in Europe. Yes, you do, but you didn't fix it, guys. Germany, you didn't fix it for 20 years. You were buddy buddy with the Russians, and now you have a mess and you don't have quick solutions. This is where I'm coming from. You see what I mean?
mm. Not. Yeah, it's such a mess. It's such a mess. I mean,
It's a
look,
mess. Exactly, it's a
at the
mess.
end of at the end of the day, you just have to find ultimately politicians working as at the level of rhetoric. They find ways of making people feel better, at least temporarily, even swindle every which way on every day. So it's a depressing conversation, honestly. But also one of my pet peeves, cars and the lack of public transportation in this country. It's a whole mess, and they're not they're not trying to do anything before the Olympics in Los Angeles either. And whatever they are
Yeah.
building, they are delaying and deferring it as much as possible until 2028. Because why do it before then? It's not like you are actually doing it for your own people, for your own denizens of the city. You're just building it for the spectacle. And I don't mean to single you out, but probably very immediately and intimately what happens when you do that exclusively for Olympics with this lavish the aftermath has been disastrous for Greece, um, for the Athens Olympics.
Oh,
Um,
most of them have been a disaster, Lord. Very few have actually capitalized on the infrastructure built during the Olympic Games. Um, most of the stadia in Athens have uh, collapsed, run down, and withered away the only thing that remains is the Athens tube, the metro, which was a good thing, and a few highways around the great Athens area that facilitated, and of course, an airport, which finally, after 30 years, they they produced just for the Olympics. So yes, there was a bit of infrastructure, but the main stadia have been um, have been derelict and run down. So yes, and of course, with it comes a lot of corruption and all of that that was circulating after the Olympics. But that I think the debate now is: do Olympics make any sense? Hosting Olympic Games, or should they be hosted in one place or shared with other countries? And my position on this is that it should be shared. It should be, let's say, a continent every 4 years. Europe, Africa. Africa should have one, but it should be shared. Um, Latin America, because cities don't have the money anymore. I mean,
Yeah, that's a very interesting discussion actually, but I don't have I don't even have much to contribute because there is the ideal, of course, that emerges from Greek antiquity, where you have that strong attachment to state as an ideal human community, which of course is just a charade in the 21st century, right? Who It's not like they actually care about these things. It's not like they care about the ideal of democracy. It's not like they actually even care about the sports. It's just a scheme for generating more revenue,
yeah,
selling more contracts and subcontract their collaborators. It's a depressing conversation. I don't even know if I have anything to contribute except for intense bouts of pessimism.
yeah, yeah. I need to ask you about two Zenith watches
Yes, sir.
that my good friend, how should I'm going to refer to him as JDS,
Okay.
has asked me to opine. And I said, well, I will opine with my dear friend Lord and his audience on these two Zenith pieces.
Let's pull them up. Tell me about the references. Tell me about what kinds of Zenits we're talking about.
Okay, these are new ones. So let me pull them up. If you can go to the website. Uh-huh.
Yeah, plug the
Let's see.
link to the private chat, and I'll pop it up.
Uh-oh. How do I do that? Yeah, I'm afraid I'll be disconnected.
Uh,
Um,
well,
so
you
the
can
first
tell
one
me
is
the
it's the El Primero 21 black ceramic.
El Primero 21 black ceramic.
And then the other one is the same 21 black carbon. These are the two.
All right. Um. So this is the DeFi thing.
DeFi.
It's like yeah, yeah. Let's start with the black ceramic one. This is actually one made entirely, right? Um. All right. So this is their DeFi 21. It has the power reserve indicator at 12, the chronograph hand, that points to the decimal chapter ring because it's like a 1/100th chronograph. It's the high beat caliber, clearly. Um, nice. 50 hertz for chronograph, 5 hertz for timekeeping. It's a 44 millimeter case, gigantic in my estimation, but perhaps your friend can pull it off. I think 44 is simply too big for most people, but what do I know?
Apparently,
Um,
it fits well. It fits well, he told me.
okay. Well, I mean that's all that matters. If he thinks it fits well, um, who am I to say otherwise? Um, I kind of like the dimensionality and the various colors on the dial. The open worked slash skeletonized layout has never been my thing, so that's not my aesthetic, but that doesn't say much. Of course, the high beat chronograph movement is really exciting, and I think it's even fun to engage it and look at it. And I don't know if it's a readable watch. I'm not too hot on the skeletonized dial. I like the all black aesthetic otherwise. Let's see how the carbon is, but what do you think, Professor? I think the carbon is
Um,
also skeletonized dial.
yeah. So because I've seen both watches, I prefer this one to the other one. I like the dial more for this one because
Mhm.
it has at least some of the blue parts and accentuated blue subdial. To me, it looks nicer to the eye. Of course,
Yeah,
it's illegible. Realistically, it's illegible. But you wear a watch most of the times,
of course.
and as we're aging, I see it with myself. I can't see my watch. I have to pull it far away. Of course, I'm older than you. I'm not, a grandpa old, but your eyes will age with time, and so the bigger it is, easier it is to read the thing. And that's why I believe that wearing a yellow gold makes you feel that you have a watch and it's there and it's visible. But I never look at the time anymore on my wrist. I just wear it because I care
Right.
about the watch like a living organism. I don't look at the time. I
Hmm.
look at the time on my phone, or on my computer. But I never look at it and say, when I look at it, I have to pull it a little bit further away from my eyes because I'm short-sighted. So, and now, of course, I have a bit of
Right.
astigmatism, so I can't see it close up, right? So I think with these dials, I mean, one is worse than the other, but they're both bad. This is my opinion. The dials are both illegible and
Right.
unreadable. I mean, what do you see there? But between the two,
I agree.
yeah,
I completely
I
agree.
mean,
But like you said, between the two, at well, I mean, but what do you see? I mean, said, but the blue accent is the minute counter. So, I mean, what difference does it make ultimately? Like you said, this is a watch that you really wear as a statement piece, as a kind of accessory. If the time is illegible, it is illegible. The time will be illegible, not much differently than one or the other. Maybe you would be able to read the minutes a little better from minute 10 to minute 20 on the ceramic piece, but beyond that, you still get lost in that all black skeletonized mess of things. But again, do we wear these watches to tell time? At any rate, that's the $1 million question. I would
we
honestly,
don't. We don't.
even if I were, yeah, even if I go with a DeFi 21, I would not go with an open dial for sure. I wonder, again, it's not a range that I know very intimately, so I wonder if they would have a dial with that's not open worked, and that's a little better in terms of readability. Do they? Because I think
Sorry,
is
I
the
didn't hear
same
you,
way as well.
Lord. I didn't hear you. Please
I
repeat.
was saying that perhaps I'm not very familiar with the Defy 21 range, but I wonder if they have a watch in that range, a chronograph in that range that's not skeletonized and that's perhaps a little more legible.
Mm. Well, they have a
Because the
series which
titanium
I
one is
like.
the same apparently.
Yeah, yeah. They have a series which I like very much. The El Primero. Um, in the
Right.
El Primero line, they have the chronograph, a beautiful dial.
Of course.
It's a limited edition one. If you can pull them up.
Of course, but that's a very different watch. That's a smaller watch. That's a more conventional aesthetic.
Exactly,
It's a
exactly,
different genre.
exactly.
I prefer
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
but these DeFi ones all look open worked slash skeletonized, and you know, in a way, good examples of that industrial aesthetic, but nothing that's nothing that appeals to me. But again, I don't know your friend's style because I don't know him personally. So for me to this one, even the revival, I really like. But this is the Chronomaster Sport. Um, that tricolor subdial
Yeah,
aesthetic, the 1/10 of a second chronograph caliber, 5 hertz. I like it. I also like the revival case, which is kind of like a cushion shaped version. If we can find it here, for example. Yeah, to me, these
yeah.
are
That.
more
Yeah. Go
timeless in
ahead.
a way. But go ahead, Professor.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
these are
He
more
he
timeless.
tried he tried to get that one, but it was impossible to find. He just wasn't
Mm,
available.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah, these are more timeless. I agree.
Yeah, especially the Chronomaster Sport, Chronomaster Original. Um, the Sport one, of course, was heavily criticized for looking like the Daytona,
Yeah, that one,
which
the green one. Yeah,
yeah,
that's
which
the
I
green
mean,
one, the one on the left.
yeah, I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily, because at the end of the day, how many different ways can you go with a ceramic bezel, 3-register chronograph in that classic design, which is even more balanced when it comes to zenith. Of course, you can draw that straight line right at the center of the watch, through the two subdials and the crown. I like that. Um, yeah, this one is interesting. I mean, I think it's like
Yeah,
yeah,
I
it's a
like this one.
titanium case. This is a cool watch.
This is legible. I can read it. My old eyes can read this. The other one, I can't read anything. I mean, it's all convoluted. Hands with the dial. I don't know what's going on.
But of course, the distinctive case shape makes it where a little larger than that. But that watch that your friend asked for was 44 millimeters, the DeFi 21. This is 37 millimeters. So For someone who was looking at that, this one will look minuscule.
Yeah. But there is also a trend, and correct me here, Lord. Watches I'm beginning to sense are downsizing.
Except for Patek, right?
Oh, Patek is antiquated. You know, they're following the trend of the lollipop. You know, because their president is eating too much, so do his watches.
That makes sense. That makes sense. And you know, I mean, you want the bigger yacht, you want the bigger watch. Sometimes
A bigger
that's the only
plane,
thing that works.
exactly. You know, I think there is a trend, and maybe our viewers can also attest to it. But I see kind of a trend. Well, at least they're stabilizing. They're not growing bigger. I mean, the
Right.
exception, of course, is the saucepan, which is the deep sea challenge. But that's a unique piece. Nobody's going to wear this watch, you know.
I I have something of a rarified take on that. I think um, I agree mostly with what you said last, which is that they're settling somehow
Settling.
between 39 to 41 millimeters. A lot of times
Mm,
people will spout off this 40 millimeter case size as ideal for everyone, period. So there is that received wisdom now that that is the perfect universal sizing for a case. Um, there has been that trend. I think more specifically, since people have collected almost exclusively, almost to the point of exclusivity, stainless steel sports watches, those collectors who are still interested in watches and still seeking more pieces to expand on their collection or simply to try something different are now moving to precious metal watches towards maybe dressier pieces that are more conservatively sized. So there is that trend of reaching for something 36, 37 millimeters or even smaller because you want something different than the stainless steel sports watch that you have been wearing day in day out for perhaps decades. But when it comes to Zenith chronograph, I mean, I would go for something like this,
hmm
and I actually love how unique and holistic of a design you have here. Like you don't have to call it safari to let me know is a very nice khaki green infused and rugged piece, and the 37 I think is quite perfect for this particular revival case shape because it's actually probably wears like a 37 a 38 39 rather than a 36 or 37. So I like this piece in particular, but when it comes to sports watches, I think people are stuck with 40 millimeters. That's coming back full circle. That's what I will say. But yes, you're right. There has been a received wisdom. There has been a settlement right between 39 and 41. The common sense dictates that 40 millimeters is the ideal size, which is, of course, simply wrong. The ideal size, it's what looks good on your wrist for you. What makes you feel that watch is just perfect on your wrist? If that's larger, more power to you. If that's smaller, more power to you. Oh, hey. Hi, John. Nice to see you. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Um, yes. So for me, of all the watches that we look like, this is the most unique one. I like the fact that this also represents a kind of black aesthetic in a way. That's blasted titanium case looks very nice to me. I would prefer it to ceramic or carbon as well. and I like the green. It's unique. It's not something you see every day. I know it's the new trend, but this is a very beautiful and holistic expression of it.
You would prefer this to the carbon?
Honestly, I'm seeing this for the first time today, so excuse my enthusiasm about it, but I can see myself wearing this, so I'm a little biased in a way. Um,
Yeah.
I like this. The other ones, I cannot imagine in my wildest dreams wearing something 44 millimeters or with an open work dial. Um, so that's why I'm warmer towards this. But I
Mm.
understand the appeal, because that has a more exciting caliber. One hundredth of the chronograph seconds, 5 hertz high beating caliber for the rest of the watch. The material experimentation, I love it as a vibe. I think it's great as a functional watch. As something that fits my style, which is very subjective, not really. What do you think ultimately, Professor? Would you go for a DeFi 21?
Mm. Uh, well, I think it depends on how it wears. If it's really truly a 44 millimeter, um, from the looks of it, it seems that it's a full blown out 44. Um, I don't know. I don't know. I would stick. I like the white dial El Primero with a
Hmm.
little bit of blue and red. I like that because to me the white dial is nice. I see it. I like. Yeah, this one. I don't know. Between the two, of course, the carbon and the ceramic, I would go for personally the ceramic because I can see the dial more.
Hmm.
There is the minute hand subdial, and I can see the blueness
Yes.
of that. The other one, it's just I don't see anything. It's like it's kind of wearing hublot without knowing the time, and you do have a few watches like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, it's not my style, so I kind of, yeah, I'm trying to refrain from judging it too harshly. But I completely agree with you. I would go for something a little more conventional, traditional in the Zenit catalog. Something that is maybe less adventurous, but not less exciting for that. I know, this looks like a classic chronograph, white with those distinctive tricolor subdials, ceramic bezel. Um, it's a Zenit. You can recognize it from a mile away. Same thing
Mm.
with the revival case design. Again, that same base caliber, um, but with a little bit uh, more of a vintage flair slash inspiration. But I think in both ways, Zenit the more traditionally designed pieces I feel are more timeless. The green one I really like of that revival, the safari
Mm.
green, but the panda is fine too with that red
Yeah.
accent. The tonneau case is great. The cushion shaped case is beautiful. If you ask me, I'm a vintage head, so it kind of
Mm.
comes with the territory. But yeah, I think ultimately Revival Safari is my absolute favorite. It says boutique exclusive, so I don't know how they are priced and what they sell for necessarily, but I like that kind of integrated design, with the hybrid strap, with those slightly cream accents on the luminous material, with that minimal contrast, with green against, sorry, black against green.
Hmm.
It's a beautiful watch.
It's well, uh, my friend says that it's a piece of masculine jewelry, more
Mhm.
than a device to read the time. Well, yeah, I agree because
Yeah.
most watches are now jewelry pieces, um, not really for the benefit of reading the time because the time is um, quite uh, disturbed. Um, and also, Yasha says that we should look at the El Primero full open dial. That
Mhm.
could be. Um,
I don't deny what your friend said, by the way. So, but that does take us to a very subjective territory in which what we have to say about it doesn't really matter too much. Again, we might be repeating ourselves a little bit, but I think in the traditional Chronomaster and revival designs, you will find something that's more timeless, that's more universally appreciated, that's more long lasting. Whereas I can see even someone who falls in love with it in the first place falling out of love with that Defy 21 just as fast. Because
hmm.
at the end of the day, a sports watch is still, even when the time is legible, it's still a piece of jewelry. Whether it's masculine or not, that would be another question. It doesn't always have to be masculine, but it is still a piece of jewelry.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Zenith in general. It looks okay, but I'm not a big fan.
Hmm. Um, well, yeah, honestly, if I'm gonna go with the fully open work El Primero dial, not go for the classic anyways. In which case, your friend has the better choice, if you ask me.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Is this the one that the open case
yeah, I
Yasha
would
was referring to?
rather than this. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'd rather go with I'd rather go with the Defy 21 in ceramic rather than this. But if
Mm.
I'm given the option, if I'm given the wheel, I'm going with the Revival Safari, the green.
The green, yeah. I like the green. I like the green. Yeah, this is too round, too El Primero. I mean, this is like a 50-year-old looking watch. It's stuck in the old days. I don't know.
And I like that, but I like that in the classic expression of it, and not in this open worked execution.
Mm.
Honestly, um, I like it with that ceramic bezel. I like it even with the tachymeter on the chapter ring. It's fine, but once it's open worked, it feels more at home with that Defy 21 case design and with that whole kind of like your friend said, with that whole oversized all black masculine execution, that feels more at home. Open working skeletonized dial feels more at home in that case than the classical El Primero case.
So if you had,
Yeah, I'm
if
of
you
two
had the,
minds. You see, I'm
yeah, if you had the money that the DeFi costs, what would you buy instead? Here's the question.
how much is the Defy 21? I don't actually know what these list for.
So believe it or not, yesterday we saw the ceramic one on Antiquarium. I saw it later on, and it
Yeah.
was selling for 4,500. So obviously you're not going to buy it because it
So
retains value,
wait,
because it just tanks value wise.
but
I think,
your
yeah,
friend is on buying it from the boutique or secondary market?
no, I think from the boutique, because yeah, I think from the boutique, yeah. So let's assume it's, I don't know, 10, upwards of 10, 10 to 12.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, low five figures, basically. Yeah, that's what we are working with.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And we're talking chronographs.
Yes, let's stick to chronographs.
Hmm. I think I
And by the way,
might have
everybody else is
something
welcome
for
to
this.
opine on this. Everybody who's listening.
Of course. Um, hmm. I don't know how accessible this is. It's I don't think I don't know if they are sold out, but I think IWC's ceramic stuff could be very interesting.
He has.
He has the IWC Pilot's Chrono in ceramic.
He has a Pilot perpetual calendar. Very nice. Beautiful watch. Big, thick watch.
So he does. At
Masculine.
least I have a good understanding. I'll take that as a bonus. But yeah, IWC came to mind at first. Um,
And he has the same watch to yours of the Breguet, the Transatlantique.
oh, nice.
So
I'm wearing it now. I got a new strap to it, by the way. I will. Um, Let me just pull up
yeah,
the picture of
he
the.
has the date version. You have the no date, but it's a similar concept. It's a beautiful watch. I think that and he has a beautiful leather strap which has aged. It's a Breguet one, original. It's a beautiful color.
Mhm.
As it ages, that leather really brings out a lot of the colors. Um, yeah, it's a beauty. I mean, you can't go wrong with a Breguet.
I just got this Alcantara strap, um, like fake suede. It's great. It's vegan. Looks good. I'm quite happy with it. I might
Hmm.
I might do something with these straps. It's made by a very nice Italian house too. But yeah,
Uh-huh.
I love my Type 20, but he has one already, so that's a no-brainer. So we know he likes chronographs. We know he likes the all black aesthetic,
Mm-hmm.
and he has a budget that's in the low 510 to 12.5 for this particular watch. Um,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think that's fair. That's fair.
Mhm.
Difficult choice. It's a difficult choice.
Yes, but could
He was
okay.
looking
This
at
will
the
probably
Jaeger. Yeah. Whoops. Sorry.
yeah.
Go ahead.
What kind of Jaeger?
He was looking at a Memovox with the
Ah.
blue dial. Very nice.
And he buys at retail, I'm guessing, right? You know, he wants to buy
He
from
Yeah, he buys at retail. Um,
Hmm.
it's a beautiful blue dial. I like
You
it.
know what in terms of in the of JLC, you see, they have the Polaris chronograph with the world time. I adore that watch, and that's a big watch as well. That's a 44 millimeters, which wears relatively well because Polaris M42, even though it sounds too large to me on paper,
Yeah.
actually wears quite splendidly on the wrist. Um, and this again, hopefully, would not be too dull for your friend, but uh, it comes in black and it comes in blue, and in each case, it's I think it's quite beautiful. Has that very balanced two register chronograph aesthetic with a nice rotational inner bezel for the cities,
Hmm.
um, the world time of the blue dial version, but black is just as good. 4 millimeters in titanium makes it both sizable but also quite wearable on an everyday basis. And this is the caliber.
Very nice.
I kind of like it. Um, Again, this one is certainly too large for me, but going from DeFi 21 to something like this, to me, again, much more classically recognizable. A lot of dimension to that dial, whether it's blue or black. You have the added aesthetic, at least excitement of the world time dial. Speaking of things that are unreadable, but romantic, this is the best expression of that. The world time. I like this watch. This is my off the wall recommendation because IWC is
Mm.
too predictable. He already has the Breguet Type 20. And again, they have discontinued it anyway, so you can't buy that from retail. So it wouldn't have fit his description. But why not go with something like this JLC chronograph, the added world time function, the sporty look, the 44 millimeter titanium case. Um, wow. And it
Hmm.
even has Athens on the dial.
Oh,
So it's meant to
Okay,
be.
meant to be. How much is it retailing? 14?
14 and a half. 14 and a half.
Okay. Maybe you can
Which is not
negotiate.
maybe because I don't think this is a boutique exclusive
Mm,
model or anything. So if you actually have a JLC dealer that you have a good relationship with, you can probably ask for something from them, because I'm pretty sure that, not that this is a bad watch, but it's probably not the first watch that anyone
no,
goes for when they come to JLC. So
no.
that would be the kind of watch that you can ask for a discount on.
Yeah, this is a very unique watch because you don't see it on a lot of people's wrist.
You don't see a Polaris that often,
No.
period, but complicated Polarises, whether we are talking about
Mm,
the simple chrono perpetual calendar or the chrono world timer, um, you don't see. I haven't seen a single one of these actually in the wild, period.
yeah,
Chrono
and
world
the
timer,
other
I've never seen it on someone's wrist.
and and
Yeah,
what I
yes,
like
sir.
is that it has Athens. Usually on a world timer, you never have Athens. I mean, you have all the others, but Athens is never there. So there is a historic connection to that.
Yep,
Does
yes,
it
sir.
have Cairo? Does it have Cairo and then Dubai and then Mumbai and all that? How does it go, by the way?
It has, okay, Athens, Moscow, Dubai, Karachi, Dhaka, Bangkok, Hong Kong, um, Tokyo, Sydney, Noumea, Auckland, Midway, Honolulu, Anchorage, Los Angeles, Denver, Mexico, New York, St. Barth, Rio de Janeiro, South Georgia, Azores, and London and Paris.
Oh, okay. I have to say I haven't seen Athens before in any world timer.
Hey, who knew that I would show something to my mentor? This is very exciting.
My mentor. If I'm your mentor, good luck.
Well,
But there goes the world, the watch community.
oh no, I think we are doing a good job, Professor. I
I
from
think
people from people I meet in person. I mean, look, in the chat also we get very nice feedback from people. I really appreciate it, and the way some people are so generous, it never ceases to amaze me. Um, Everything that I'm given here, I'm I'm very grateful for. But whenever I get someone in real life, in person, um, they are always so grateful, so generous in their praise, so effusive whenever they talk about the channel, about you, about me. It's always very exciting for me. So we are carving a niche. We are on the good path, on the right path. Um, and yes, it's not just because I'm physically intimidating. They feel something. They feel like they have to say something nice.
mm.
I was just talking to someone actually who is kind of a giant among men. And he was still saying nice things, even though he could probably take me out with a single slap.
Oh,
Um, so it's good. We're on the right path.
okay. So, so instead of getting Zenith, I think we're going to end up telling my friend he's going to get a JLC.
Did you see my
Oh, you even
approved?
have the. Oh, there is no conflict of interest, of course. Yeah. And soon I'll be telling him, why don't you go and get a Rolex? So we'll end up in the same kind of starting point.
Hey, look, if I had a penny on this channel for every time I recommended Gégé Lecoultre watch for a person, I would already be a millionaire, I think. So,
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
so it's not, it's out of pure passion. Honestly, I love this brand. I only have one watch with them, but I adore so much in their current catalog. But especially if you tap into anything from 60s, 70s, you don't have to go to like real vintage reversos. There's so much that I love. I love that Memovox complication, the whole alarm watch. I've always loved,
Yes.
and I've always been intrigued by
Mm.
them. I love their divers from late 60s, 70s. They have like this master mariner that's like cushion shaped case and very lovely with an internal rotating bezel that I just came across in the Antiquarium auction, for example. It was beautiful. Um, I loved, like, the Futurematic, the Geographic, whatever. I mean, there's so much in the JLC catalog today and yesterday that you can build an entire collection just focusing on them, and then even branch out, based on what whoever else has been using JLC calibers. You can get like a vintage tank with a hand wound JLC/European watch call caliber. You can get an Audemars Piguet or Vacheron Constantin ultra thin dress watch that has a JLC caliber. You can get,
Hmm.
as the crown jewel of your collection, you can get like a Royal Oak, which has an iteration of course, JLC caliber 920, which AP calls 2121. So you
That's
can,
right.
it's really a legendary brand, and I cannot say enough good things about them. Sure.
I think everybody needs to have a reversal. If you're into watches, you need to have a reversal. It is like what is the iconic piece for Rolex? I mean, it's like the Submariner, you know, or whatever. You need to have a reversal.
Mm.
It's not the same, but it represents so much history and style and aesthetics and functionality.
Yes, sir. um yeah, and
And
also,
price
there's,
wise,
by now, by year,
yeah, yeah.
pardon me,
Sorry. Go
by
ahead.
year 20 oh by year 2022, there are also so many different sizes, flavors, complications to it, that I feel like there's a reversal for everyone. If you don't mind the shape, if you're not obsessed with wearing exclusively round case watches, you will find a reverso that tickles your fancy for sure. It's an
Mm.
entire universe. Again, forget about JLC. You can build an entire collection exclusively of reversos. Get a complication,
Phew,
of each
yes.
expression. It's there. All right. So last 5 minutes for me. I'm about to clock out, Professor. I'm really tired, and it is a weekday. Tomorrow it is a work day. So
Yeah, yeah.
I have the last 5 minutes. So if your friend has any other questions, and anything that I can help with, anything else, it doesn't have to relate to this particular issue. But yes, the Polaris, Mariner Memovox as well, which is a little more expensive, unfortunately. But
Yeah, that's the
certainly
one he was looking at. That's the one he
off
was
the
looking at.
JLC. A little bit about your friends. Yeah. Yeah, knowing a little bit about your friend's taste by now, I would say the chronograph World Time in the Polaris line. It's not too much more expensive than that Defy 21. Titanium, large case, sporty look, a lot of visual interest in the dial, whether it's black or blue. Interesting complication that you can't find easily. You go to the world of Patek from here when you want the combination of chronograph and world time, right? It's not like a combination that you find in every single brand. Um,
Yeah. And you pay $70,000 plus.
right. I mean, again, if you want to buy retail, actually, the white gold version with the blue dial has been going down, has been trending down, and presents a decent deal, relatively speaking, but certainly not less than 15,000, which is what you have here.
Yeah. I saw some pieces yesterday on Antiquarium for Patek. They were 3540 world timer. Not bad. But with the chronograph combination, I don't know. I didn't
We
see
also
any.
saw. Oh yeah, there was one in Antiquarium. It was a 5930G, and it was, I think, before the premium. It sold for um, before the premium. It sold for something like 30 39,000 or something. It
Mm-hmm.
was okay. Let me see. I will be able to pull up Antiquorum. Bruce G says, "What did I miss?" Well, you nothing on the one hand. On the other hand, about 4.5 hours of broadcast. Some time with Watch Nicholas. Some great time again with both Watch Nicholas and El Profesor. So. Um, Nothing and everything. Yeah, it sold for exactly 40,000 Swiss, actually,
40,000. Yeah. Okay.
which the steel version they're trying to sell now 65,000 plus tax. So, um, not so
Yeah.
bad.
This is great. The price. I mean, and it's platinum,
White gold.
white gold, only white gold. This is a great price. Wow.
Look, I mean,
Compared to
it's
what they're selling.
the platinum world time. Platinum world time is great, but I don't think they have ever made, at least not in serial production, a version of platinum. I don't think there's the combination with world time flyback chrono. There's no
Mm.
5930p. Or am I getting confused? Wait, 5930. Um, the green dial one, was that white or white gold or platinum?
You know,
Okay,
Lord,
that
what was?
was platinum.
Yeah,
What am I talking about? Yeah,
that was
5930p
platinum.
with the green dial. So I'm correcting myself. Yeah,
Platinum.
but that sells for more than a, yeah, that sells in six figures already. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. The question will be interesting to be posing is if the price for this watch we're seeing now, the wall timer Patek, how much was it selling at retail when it was in production?
I think 75, I want to say something of that, um, something of that range. I think okay, I found the Hodinky story from 2016 when it was introduced. It was listed at $12.
How much?
And it was discontinued 75K, as I guessed, basically. Did you hear me, Professor?
Yeah, yeah. This watch was selling 75.
That was the list price. Yeah.
Oh my God. And this is a bargain.
Yeah, I think they will continue to fall actually because everyone is going crazy about the Salmon dial steel version, which has a larger case. And whenever Patek introduces a larger case, everyone starts shying away from the smaller cases. So in the next few months, before people realize that the Salmon one is not accessible to most, um, early next year can be a good time to snap up one of these if you are at that um, segment at that price point.
Yeah.
For
And the other
35K,
thing,
this
this
could be a great buy.
The Salmon dial, Lord, is a steel watch. This is a white gold. I mean, what are people thinking
I
about?
know.
And that's why the market is so. We keep on saying the market is confusing and inefficient, and that's why you have these craziness in the market, and that's why the vintage market, and this is kind of vintage, semi-vintage, right? Is such a great opportunity to take on board a lot of these pieces that otherwise you wouldn't have.
Well, I mean, the thing is, again, the product cycle has become such a crazy thing. I mean,
Mm,
I can't even call this neo vintage, right? It's something that was released
mm,
in 2016 and discontinued at the end of 2021, I want to say, like last year, when the green model was introduced. But the newer version is, like you said, it's in steel. It's larger. It has a salmon dial, which is usually very attractive to me, but I don't understand why it comes with a larger case, why it comes with that unattractive and unfitting dial decoration, whereas you have a very elegant guilloche work at the center of the dial here. Um, yeah, it's I would go for this anyways, even if they were priced the same. But this is actually basically 40% off from list compared to 5935, which I'm sure for a premium on the secondary market already.
yeah. If I had the money, I would be picking up this one myself or something like that. And I don't really care if it's discontinued or not. Um, these are inefficiencies in the market which are hugely distortive, but at the same time create huge opportunities for people. It's like inefficiency in the stock market between um, buy and sell, bid and offer. So,
Yeah, honestly, I think there if I really force myself, I can find about three pieces that I really love in Patek
mm,
after 2009, and this is certainly one of that. And at 35K, I think this would be an immense deal, and I might, I might try to move a few things to try to get one of these. It's really, to me, it's one of the best sports watches that Patek produced, because it takes something that's very definitive, that's very much associated with Patek. It combines
mm,
it with a flyback chronograph, which is beautiful. Has the elegance, has the has the sporty appearance. Uh, for me, I'm not interested in the sports watches they make, but I'm interested in this more dynamic presentation of their signature elegance, which they are losing day by day. But this is
And in any,
one of the last gasps.
and in any case, the Patek usually wears bigger than what it is officially dimensioned. So this is what, 38, 39?
39 and
39.
a
It should
half
be
or
30.
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, 39 and a half is like a 41 plus. I mean, it wears bigger, the Patek. Um, so I would not even worry about if you have the latest or not latest. Actually, we can do this into a project. We should both get, we should do both of us getting the same watch. Lord, young Brando,
That
and
could be nice.
Famoso. We'll go
That
bankrupt,
would
but
be
that's
great.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, actually,
this would break my
we
back.
could look at it as a project. Lord, we can look at this as a common project together. Get a similar watch for a great price, and you know,
Look, I think the similar watch that we can get together is the Tudor Black Bay 58 bronze. that, that could be a more
okay,
realistic project. This
okay,
one would break the bank for me, honestly.
yeah. Well,
I would have
mine
to
is
go back I would have to go back to my student days where I would feast on ramen, and I don't mean the shishi ramen that they sell these days, out of the box
yeah,
noodles. So
yeah, yeah. No,
I
no, it's
can't go
okay.
back to that anymore.
Well, we can. Okay, I'll tell you something. We will help my friend get one of these. He can wear it, and we can enjoy it. I mean, we don't have to, and
Why not?
we'll get the Black Bay together when you and I are ready. We'll get it together, and we'll get a discount.
That's a boutique exclusive, so we need to contact some big players for that, Professor.
We'll contact. We'll contact. They all they can say is no, so it's okay.
Oh
No,
yes,
no.
I do that all the time. I take
Yeah, we
rejection
can
pretty
get a
well,
no.
so it's okay.
Yeah, I'm a I'm a big boy. Usually I get a no, but it's okay. When I get the yes, that's great as well. But usually I get a no in life, but that's
Yes, sir.
okay. Um, no, no. Let's be on the lookout for this watch. Maybe my friend will have the appetite, and if he wears it, uh, what I love about my friend is that I enjoy his enjoyment and I enjoy him succeeding. As I said yesterday um, in the discussion we had about this theft many years ago that happened to me,
Mm.
is that most people tend to be very jealous. This is a human thing. But I'm the opposite. I enjoy those people who succeed because with them I can succeed as well and enjoy. So I'm not jealous of my
Of course.
friend. I'm very happy for him. That's what, we're here for a very short period of time, guys. So we should enjoy it.
And also,
We're
I
not all
mean,
the same.
again, the thing is that a lot of times, if you are really talking about a good friend, a close friend, you enjoy things vicariously through each other. You know that's why it's great eating with friends. Whether you like that meal or not yourself, if you see the person across the table from you, kind of losing themselves in flavor, in their enjoyment, smacking their lips, um, grunting and whatever. That's a real that's friendship. That's a real vicarious enjoyment of pleasure. It's if your friend gets the Defy 21 ceramic and just is having a great time with it, you don't need anything else. I think we can close with that. That's what friends are for. That's what watches are for. Um, if it helps in some way to build and to intensify that bond of friendship, all the better. JDS, thank you for actually asking us. I'm not sure how much help I could give. I could certainly give a resounding vote of confidence for the World Time Chronograph by Gégé Lecoutre. It's not something that comes to you every day. It is a bigger, sportier version of what Patek has to offer at a fraction of the price. That's
Zenith.
with Zenith at the same price, but the World Time Chrono doesn't really exist elsewhere, everywhere.
Yeah.
It's I think you have a Girard Perregaux World Time Chrono from a few years back. I don't even think they make it anymore. That's an interesting watch as well. But again, it's not a genre that has a dozen different examples. And JLC makes one of the best looking ones, if you ask me. It's a little too large for my taste, but not for yours. So that's my vote. If you go with Zenith, I'm a little more conservative, so I don't know how much I could help you, but ultimately get something that makes you happy. Who cares what time it actually shows? If you look at your watch and you feel like, man, that's my watch and I love it, you don't need anything else. You don't need to be able to read the time. So lovely to see you all. Please, on your way out, subscribe if you haven't. Thank you for your presence and support. And thank you for everyone who has written in here, and OG Baby Girl who super chatted today earlier very generously. I appreciate you too. I will see you all later. Feel free to contribute and help me uh, keep this channel going and create more quality content. In either case, stay tuned. I'll be back at the same time tomorrow. Take care, everyone.